Mm-hmm. What's that?
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.
And we are live. Welcome, everyone. It's I don't know whether that's getting cheesy or not. I don't know. Well, welcome. It's Logic Night. Again, it's been fucking hectic, especially with all of the I don't know. I think they're having a bit of breakdown, these guys with the models. And it's always hard when you have an understanding of what is, and then have to manage to fit that around a model. So when the model dictates, sometimes you have to end up saying some really weird stuff. Now that's why there's nobody here from the model side. either of them, because it gets hard to talk about reality and the model at the same time. And that is half of that is the reason we are here in this position, because like I think I've always said, it's obviously not flat. If there's one thing we can be sure of, it's complex and bumpy. The surface. That's definite. Observable. So definitely not flat. But the question comes, if you are wanting to start to, let's say, have a conversation about shape, where do you start with your initial measurement? Like where do you start with your baseline? And that's where logic comes in. And the logic of the straight line. Now, within the logic of the straight line, there has to be something for you to be able to prove. Otherwise, logic doesn't apply. It doesn't make any sense for you to have a logical system not being founded on something. And that something has to be real. Otherwise, you can't base a system of logic that you're going to do for reasoning, that you can follow logical steps, if it's not founded on something that's rock solid. Now, we do have a system of geometry, but I think we've been going over just recently the concept of a straight line is so fundamental into anything, really, that it sort of follows logically that there are a few things that come together, and they are logic. You've got a straight line, which is also elemental. You could call a point elemental, but that's nothing, so you can't really do that. You can have a straight line, which is a concept of in your mind, right, of what straight line is. And that straight line has to distinguish itself different than any other line. There has to be something that can definitely be separated for you to base something on. And that is in the idea of that is a straight line. That's the idea of the straight line goes through to mathematics. The idea, the concept of the straight line, and how you can relate that to other straight lines of either the same length or differing lengths. But you need to know the initial straight line to compare the other lines to. Now, that straight line being based within logic means that you can prove the straight line too. So that straight line being provable causes problems for people who have a system based on a weak foundation and a misunderstanding of how to prove what a straight line is. And we've been watching today recently. Some of the breakdowns that occur because this logical system to understand what a straight line is and how you can prove that causes a lot of people distress. And I'm guessing we're going to have to do this because it gets proved geometrically, the straight line, because the straight line is a geometric concept. But the idea of the straight line within logic is to have something to base your understanding off that you can then relate something else to. And within logic, that whatever it is you're basing something off, like a straight line, has to be founded in something that is definitely provable and solid for you to start your inquiry on, or whatever system you're going to build on that. You have to have a firm understanding of what the base is. Within numbers, it's 1. 0 is of no use to you because that's nothing. But you have to know what the 1 is, whether it be 1 millimeter, 1 centimeter, 1 pound, 1 kilo, $1. It doesn't really matter, but you know what that 1 is. That's the same as the geometry with a straight line. But where do you do that with logic? Where do you start the logical process off from? How do you build a logical system that you can use reasoning upon? Where is the start block of logic? It's a serious question. I can't really come to any other answers other than, like a straight line, like the number 1, logic is fundamental. But if it's fundamental, then how can people see it so differently? How come most people can't talk about a logical framework of, how to build this logic? Yeah. Because what we did initially when we got together is we wanted to go back to first principles of the water level. We wanted to try and work out how we could build a system to for us to get to show that level is a straight line. So we've devised a test, a geometric proof. And then we have to do is replicate that with water levels and in the same points that you use on the straight line to show the geometric proof of the shared straight line can be replicated very easily with a water level in reality. That's a very simple process. Now we did that through founding the basis of geometry to build up that proof. Well, more recently, we stepped up the game into logic, but now we've broke that down to first principles. And so it's worth asking the question on Logic Night. What is the foundations of logic? Where does that start at? If geometry starts at the straight line and numbers start at 1, and there's a link between the straight line and 1 through pi, that's the number form pi. It's a direct relationship between 1 and pi. But there's also a direct link to logic. But where does the logic? Is logic the starting block? Is that where we start? Don't want to sound like I'm preaching and nobody else is saying anything, so I'll keep talking. I'd say, is that somebody wanting to say something?
Yeah, Bev.
Go on.
Before you start the show, can I give a big shout out to my friend in Next Level Live on YouTube, Jeff Gassed, because he got really sick. He was nearly dead, and we were all worried about him. And now he's back with us.
Nice one,
So,
Jeff.
Big shout out to Jeff Gassed. You're still with us, man. I love you. And a big shout out to all my friends on Next Level Live. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, welcome back, Jeff.
Yeah, welcome back, Jeff. We love you.
So where's logic start? Where do we start with logic? I'd say it starts with a firm foundation of the thing that you want to be talking about. And then you have to have a firm understanding between whoever it is that you're talking to of the process that you're going through. Now, we've found out that once you have a firm understanding of logic and geometric proofs, that when you are talking about shapes and the like, it definitely helps for you to have a firm understanding of it. Because most of the other people that you're talking to will be led by a model. And I'm saying this just for in this particular arena that we're in. Looks like B-Ball's left. They're all leaving. Everyone's leaving. Conspiracy Cats is gone. Now B-Ball's just left the server. It's hard work to listen to this stuff about logical truths. And the straight line is a big problem. Simple, what Balanced Truth says, logic is a simple agreement. Yeah, it's hard to come to agreement with people sometimes. And I think that's what we're at a point now where it's obvious that there's a shift going on. I don't know if everybody's aware. We were talking to Ruhif this morning, and Conspiracy Cats has left. He's give away 2 of his channels. They're fleeing in their droves. They want to get away. We've been dwelling around these areas, or I think we got placed in here. Hopefully, you actually just tried to join, but you left. It seems a bit backwards, that. I think we've got some mods around. I don't know why you end up... Is there something wrong with the server? Are people getting kicked for trying to join, or... It doesn't sound correct, that, to me. I'm not too sure.
Just waiting on rolls and they're impatient and just leave or something.
Well, you can click the rules and you can get in. You should be able to do that. Loads of other people have done that. Is that not the way it works? I mean, I'm not too sure. It's been quite a while since I joined this server.
Yeah, you got to have a voice roll to get in here.
Yeah, but do you not get that by clicking a box?
No.
I don't know. That's the way it was working before. We've had new people join. Anyway, back to Logic. Being Logic Night. So, we've come up with this concept of the Bridge of Asses. Well, it's not a concept. The Bridge of Asses is a real thing. Proposition 5 in Euclid. But I've got the Bridge of the Model Afflicted. I don't know where it is. Oh, maybe I've not put it in here yet. Got this one. And this one is one of the Bridge of the Model Afflicted at the bottom. But because of what we did last night, we went over LIGO by FE Dogma. FE Dogma put a tangent, 2 tangents, one at each end of one of the arms of LIGO. That's 2 tangent points, one at each end of the straight LIGO arm, which obviously should cause problems. Alarm bells should be ringing, but not to these guys. It's a necessary thing. Whenever you have a straight line, you have to call it a tangent. Can't get a drop otherwise. So in defense of FE Dogma, I think Blue Marble Science is going to go live in a bit. Also doing a LIGO thing. Good on you, Blue. Hope you're going to defend a double tangent. We have another name for it. But the double tangent will work quite nicely for starters. So because of that, you end up with people having a defense of the... Now, I don't know whether you can see that at the top right. Yeah, it looks like you can. It says, Stark Otter. I've been asking him for elevation profiles for a straight horizontal. And we've ended up getting some elevation profiles of LIGO arms. So that's what you've got here. These are the LIGO arms, not the axis of the graph system. These perpendicular lines here, these straight ones of the X and the Y, right, making these graphs here. Not those ones. We're not talking about those. What we're talking about is these lines here. These, I don't want to influence you. not straight lines here, right? Well, these are the elevation profiles of the arms of LIGO. The straight lines, straight arms. Look at them. Elevation profiles. Like that. And here's Stark Odder, who says, here are the elevations from the as-built drawings, in brackets, for all 4 LIGO arms. Those support those supposed straight armies are, for some reason, not very straight. It's too dark to see, is it? I can't make it any lighter. I can see it in my Streamlabs.
But Bev, isn't LIGO supposed to be the straightest place in the universe?
Straightest, yeah. Straightest thing. It's claimed to be the straightest thing in the universe by some people, yes.
But it's curved.
Well, no, the elevation profile of it is curved.
Okay.
But Stark Odder sent us the picture. But I mean, this is the problems that you have.
But how would the laser work on a straight line then? There has to be
The profile of the laser elevation must also be similar. The elevation profile of the laser within the beam would be the same. Like that.
It would have to be curved.
Yeah, it looks like the elevation profiles of anything straight on the globe model
So the
turns
curve
into a curve, yeah.
the curve and light in a tube. If not, it would be a tangent. There would have to be a tangent somewhere that would hit the tube if it's curved.
No, the elevation profile. We know it's straight in reality. Just the globe elevation profile is
okay.
It makes straight lines curve. Right, that's what happens in the mind anyway. But yeah, you have to. Anybody has got a model, right? You think you have a model that's spherical, let's say. Then, if you follow a logical process in your mind, you end up at a place where you end up showing people elevation profiles of straight things that actually look curved, and then say those supposed straight armies are, for some reason, not very straight.
So
There's only one
these
place you can
lasers,
get there.
so these lasers are not bouncing correctly. So this is it. It has to be hoax.
Well, yeah, because the bouncing backwards and forwards means that they've never really worked this out, because they're on the way back. The elevation profile is a drop again. It's the infinite drop. It sort of proved impossible. This is why we did, when we started off with the test to prove the straight line geometrically, that's your starting base. Where the place where elevation profiles of straight lines actually look like straight lines.
Yeah, because Bev, you could bounce You can bounce a light in one direction, but how does it bounce back and not being straight?
Yeah, you've got a different elevation of one
Yeah.
end to the other.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for those people in YouTube, if I can just because it is
Is
too
it
dark to
dark?
see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too dark to see, and it just looks like a block of black. There's two lines. I don't know if one represents one LIGO location and the other one represents the other, top and bottom. But anyway, there's two that slope down downwards in a curved line from left to right, and then there's two that look kind of sloping upwards from left to right. So in other words, there's no straight line there. As Stark Otter points out, they don't look very straight. I would agree, those elevation profiles definitely do not look straight. But yet, in reality, if we're to believe LIGO, we have a laser that's bouncing a laser beam back and forth and back and forth and back and forth along those arms. They would have to be dead straight. I mean, that's just how lasers work. They're not going to follow an elevation profile.
And they are bouncing like 300 times before they are going off. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Claim to.
Claim to.
Yeah, don't.
So which is it, right?
It has to be straight. If not, it wouldn't work.
You would think.
Yeah, the only way you can straighten that line up is by curving the axis of the graph. Your baseline. That's the only way you can straighten those. And has anyone ever seen a graph when at school or in any sort of place where you have a curved X?
Never.
No, always perpendicular, always parallel.
Yep.
X and Y, always perpendicular. All Y's, always parallel. All X's, always parallel. That's the way everybody has ever done it. That's the way the graph that he's laid out here has an X and Y that are actually straight lines.
They have to be, because otherwise they cannot measure one dimension only.
And you'd never get a bounce back off that.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, the straight line is there within logic because it's the building block of what you deal with. And the perpendicularity of the mirrors and the laser being a straight line, that's the geometric principles. You can't get around that. Otherwise, what happens is you end up drawing an elevation profile of a straight line that's curved. Now that takes some special ability, that.
And lasers don't like curve.
Hats off to the Globe team. Whoever managed to pull this off, that's got somebody to actually go with this and have to go with it. Look forward to some really good times coming. Because don't forget about it, that straight line that looks like a curved line in elevation profile, according to FE Dogma, has a tangent point at each end of it. Now that's some magic trick. That whoever's got those people to say that stuff, hats off to them. They are amazing. I'm not falling for it.
Hey Bev, how far is the tangent point? Did they say? What's the
It's
arm's
nearly
length?
2.5 miles long, isn't it? The
And where does the tangent hit the? Cause it's curved.
one at the apex and one at the other end of it.
Ah.
Yeah,
So 2.5 miles.
I've got here. There.
A 2.5 mile tangent point.
And you have two of
You
them.
can see that. You've got a tangent point here at the end station at 529. He's got it there. Tangent. It's definitely marked. There's a tangent point, and then it drops away. The level line drops away from the horizontal line. I don't know whether he's suggesting that LIGO is horizontal, but that's a bold move if it is. I mean, like it is. It is 11 months old, so. But that's brave. So one tangent at this end, and then this one here, what he does is he flips it through 90 degrees. Right? So this point here, the corner station, moves to down here. And this point here moves down here somewhere. Oh. And then this point that would have been down here moves up here. So the corner station's there with the tangent here. And then in this one, the corner station is here with the tangent at the corner station. So there's a tangent here and a tangent over here.
No, Bev, that's impossible. You can
Two
only have one.
tangents.
You can only have one tangent. You can't
Yeah.
have two tangents.
Yeah. But on a globe model, right? We're not talking about in reality, because obviously, in reality, that's an impossibility. On a globe model, yeah, it's perfectly possible. Two different tangents. Points. On the same straight line.
No way.
It's fantastic, but that sort of shit happens in the globe. Nobody's
2
bothered
points.
about it. Yeah.
2 points on one tangent line. No, that's impossible.
Not on a globe. It's not.
Welcome to Nanaria.
It's impossible
Narnia.
in reality.
Yeah. This is fucked up, man.
Unfortunately, this guy, FE Dogma, proved that this curving level line is not curving.
It's impossible,
This is
isn't it?
only one explanation for that this level line is not and cannot be curved because they are on the same, not the same level, but they are parallel to each other all the way. Horizontal line and level line is they are both parallel.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you put the tangent over here like he has in this picture, you know, like you just put that tangent point over here, then what you'd end up with is a drop in the other direction as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
A double tangent point causes a double drop. And
That's
not that
impossible.
we've not that we've already been predicting it. It's a necessity for the globe model, the double drop. Or the double nutsack, as we call it.
The nutsack drop.
Yep. A double. One each way.
So this is 11 months ago, Bev, this video came out.
Mm-hmm.
Was this the start? Was this the start of the nutsack drop?
No, this is we'd already be doing that. That was Jesse Kozlowski that did the initial drop. And then George, obviously, he was the one that came in and backing him. That's why it got called the nutsack drop, because George was talking about it. Rainy Lake. Apart from showing it rising, which is another impossibility. But yeah. Sorry, Gaki, I thought you'd like that. One straight line, two tangent points, one at each end of it. Fantastic. I really thank the Globers for this. Because I came in realising that, you know, I thought I was, I don't know.
Hey, Bev, you missed that last night, didn't you? Who was it? Paper that noticed that the two tangents last night live,
Yeah.
or am I wrong? Shout out to Paper. How's it going, man?
Glad to be helpful.
We all missed it.
Well, you know that video that we went over. It's 11 months old. I think Blue Marble Science went over it as well. And I think they'd have missed it. But they may allow it, right? It may be an acceptable thing for the globe model to have a tangent wherever you want. I think Rumpus was in the chat last night, wasn't he? Saying that you can have a tangent anywhere on a vertical. You have a tangent to a vertical.
Every circle.
It is only Rumpus. I don't want to be doing too much of it, but it does seem like it's going in that direction, that this is an acceptable thing.
Every evolution point, you can have a tangent.
Yeah.
That's what he said last night, yeah.
Yeah, so it may be acceptable that you could have two tangents on each end of a line. But I think they also want a tangent at the midpoint as well.
Nah, Vel, stop. You can't. A tangent is a straight line that meets a circle. It's the point of, what's the word I should use? Intersection, or the point of, probably intersection on a circle.
It doesn't
One straight line.
intersect. It can't intersect would be a wrong word. It's just a tangent point. It's the point
That
at which
means-
it touches.
It touches. That's the word. It touches. You can only have one point. You can't have two. you
Well,
can't have two points.
on the globe model, you see, give them allowances, right? That obviously we're not talking about reality. Make the distinction that this is just on the globe model, so you will know whether somebody's talking about reality or the model by some of the stupid shit that they're willing to say.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Now, because this one has a tangent point at each end of one arm, I asked the question, what about the other arm? Does that have two tangent points also?
Should. It should.
Yeah. So we should really, for LIGO,
Four
have
tangent
three
points.
tangent points.
Four.
No, just
So-
three. Just three.
Okay.
So FE Dogma just missed third tangent point.
Yeah, he probably didn't get round to it. I think he probably didn't need to go any further than two because he was just showing that in that way. I don't know. I give him the role so he can come in today.
He won't come in here, Bev.
Well, a Blue Marble Science is doing a LIGO special again. So hopefully, fingers crossed, he might be able to explain whether we can take the double tangent to a triple tangent, whether we can +1 it. I think we should. Because once we've established the triple tangent points, then we can start to talk about the mid tangent points.
You can only have one tangent point, Bev. In reality,
Yeah.
that's logic.
But, well, you can only have one tangent point per straight line,
Yeah.
right? Or plane. Obviously, it works in 1D to 2D as well. A plane tangent will only have 1 point touching. In reality and solid geometry, right? Provable solid geometry. I'm not speaking for the globe. I'm not an expert on it. Blue Marble Science is your man. And FE Dogma, obviously. Stark Otter seems like he's one of the globe geometers. Ruhif said that Conspiracy Cats was one of the top boys. But obviously, he's gone. He's not going to be around here anymore. He's left this arena. Just throwing his channels at people. He was.
Yeah, I heard he gave.
Quick enough.
I heard Cats gave his channels away, Bev.
Yeah.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he
That's-
dumped him. He offloaded him.
That's suspicious, isn't it?
Some mugs. I don't know who he managed to get. Like, just bum deal or something. I don't know how he sold it.
Mm.
YouTube channels for cheap. I bet he gave. Well, he did give them away, didn't he?
I bet he gave probably his subs to what do you call that other guy, Mr. Sensible or somebody like that. Some
Yeah.
big tube wannabe, YouTube wannabe.
Yeah. Because that's what you'd want, isn't it? If you were subbed to a YouTube channel, you definitely wouldn't mind him giving his channel to somebody else.
Mm. Yes,
rather
the
than
price.
sub to that somebody else.
Yes, the price of Adams. Cat's Conspiracy is gone. He gave his channel away to somebody. We don't know yet, but my guess is Mr. Sensible.
Yeah, Mr. Sensible got Baldy Cats and Toon got Conspiracy Cats. He did a big video about it the other day. So he's gone. There's no need for us to think that Conspiracy Cats can help them out with any sort of geometry because he's gone.
Looks like Ruhif is on his own now, Bev. Because he was big fans with Ranty and Cats, wasn't he?
Flat Earth Math was one of the other guys. He's still
Yeah.
around, isn't he? He used to come around every now and again.
Mm.
But yeah. So hopefully he might come round. He's one of the best globe geometers there is. He did want to talk about the lights in the sky when he came round here.
It would be fun if he came in here to explain how could you have two tangent points on a same tangent. That'd be fun, but he won't.
No, it's two tangent points on a straight line.
That's what I said, no? Two tangent points on a straight line. You can only have one.
Well, it
Some-
depends how many circles you've got.
Oh, yeah, you can have loads of tangent points
There you go.
on the one circle,
On a straight line.
but you can't have two tangent points on the same straight line. Yeah.
Yeah, if you imagine circles on straight lines, you can have loads of them.
Mm.
But it's the actual practical application that we're talking about, not people imagining tangent points, right? It'd be strange, wouldn't you find it, if there were a load of people praising the engineering ability of somebody to be able to put two tangent points on the same straight line. I don't know, but hopefully Blue might go live tonight and do a special on it. Might be worth having a listen out for that, see what he goes over, because I think he might be going over what we did last night.
Yeah,
But I
saying
don't know,
last night.
I don't know.
He was saying last night he's going to do the video, so it'll probably take him a few days.
He was going. I bet he's going over what we did last night, going over FE Dogmas.
Yeah.
So that might be interesting for us to go over. Them going over, us going over.
There is no logic way to defend this position, because if we have two tangent points and curved concrete, therefore this horizontal line, which is created with the laser beam, it cannot be straight, or vice versa. It means that concrete has to be straight, and horizontal line created by laser beams are straight also and parallel. There is no other option.
Yeah, he's got 2 horizontal arms there, hasn't he?
Yes, so if he will not be able to debunk this whole project, so I cannot see how he could defend this position of FE dogma.
Well, I think like geometrically, it makes sense, at least in my mind, because he's got the tangent points at each end, which means perpendicular to that is the horizontal. Means he can hang plumb bobs, and they will both be perpendicular to the horizontal line. It just means that the imagined level line underneath can't be
Yes, it
true, right?
can't be curved.
Yeah.
It cannot be curved. So
It can't be curved. No, absolutely not.
So that's why I think this is undefendable, because if he is not debunking, he's not going to debunk these horizontal lines, these laser beams, he has no way. He has to confirm that this concrete line is straight also, and therefore this whole argument for a globe is bunk.
Yep. They're coming up with impossible statements about straight lines. I mean, let's get real about this. Who knows more about straight lines? Or who wants to claim they know more about straight lines than anybody else? Who's the authority on straight lines? Is it a random group of people on Discord that can point at people and say, you don't understand geometry, and then fall into the trap of having a double nutsack, possibly triple tangent points? Rumpus was saying there's an infinite number of tangent points along this.
But when you ask the question, what is a straight line? It's the shortest distance between 2 points. Right?
Yeah. And in reality, that has to be a horizontal, because if it isn't, you are traveling along the hypotenuse.
Absolutely.
Which is a greater distance. And then this isn't the end of it. Ruhif has I did a video today of a conversation we had with Ruhif the other day. Now, I think I did one. Do you want to hear that? Well, actually, we'll have a bit of a chat about the straight line and some of the stuff that we've had today. I'll go back through. I think it was about 11 o'clock this morning we started. And Starcodder's been doing a good job. They've left him on his own. And you can tell the Globe Council, if anybody's listening, before Blue goes, Starcodder's doing a lot of work for a lot of you guys. And he's trying really hard, but you've left him on his own. And then FE Dogma's doing stupid stuff, and he's the only one defending it.
But
I-
Stark Order said or wrote that the concrete is straight. So he admits that concrete is straight also. So both horizontal line and concrete line, which represents surface of the earth, is straight. They are straight and parallel.
Yeah, this is what I asked this morning. I asked Ruhif. I said, can you get us an elevation profile for LIGO, please?
Hey, Bev, just before you talk about this is the next level. No, what is it? Try thinking Discord.
Pardon?
The link is the next level Discord, isn't it? That's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
this is called.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all the YouTubers out there, just this is what happens in the next level Discord. So feel free to join. The link is in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great fun. You don't have to talk on voice chat. It's another kind of a chat thing where we can just, talk about stuff.
Right, so yeah, Ruhif says this morning, I say to Ruhif rather, can you get us an elevation profile for LIGO, please? And then LiDAR data. That's good. I didn't even know that. And then asking, look at the grade of you. So this is FE Dogma. I don't know. Was that recently? Okay, so asking, he's doing a great job, and FE Dogma wants to talk to him. Says yes, and you should be able to look at the top of the grade of concrete elevations for the LIGO arm slabs and quickly understand this would be a curved surface with your definition of a level line. Do you understand how to use simple geometric principles to plot this? Now I wonder why curvature adjustments to those elevations turn that surface into a straight line. Just a coincidence or more confirmation that we live on a globe with a radius of 3959. As more me using FE Dogma because the flat earth is a dogmatic belief, since they are mistaken to assume that the surface of water is a horizontal plane. Maybe one day you will figure it out. Well, the surface of water can be any sort of shape. It's got waves and ripples and
Current.
come out of a tap.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit not that's a bit non-specific, the surface of water being horizontal. A water level, the tool, is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. That's not just the surface of water. That's ridiculous. So that's FE Dogma talking to Askin. And then Starkodder brings the here are the elevations of that. If you guys can't see it, pop into the Discord. I might put it out as a meme or something. Could do with it showing, because that is brilliant. And he's been in here all day about the elevations measured in reality. If they are plotted relative to a curved level, i.e. globe model, the elevation profiles will be straight, he says. But relative to a straight level, they are curved. So,
Hey, Bev, can you just go back up to the graph there? Scroll back up.
what you're doing, you're looking on the YouTube.
probably.
Have you got it?
It doesn't make any sense what he wrote.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I say, if they are plotted relative to a curved level, i.e. globe model, the elevation
Therefore,
profiles will be straight.
no, they cannot be straight. If we are on the globe, they couldn't be straight.
Now,
So-
guys, with those arms, how could you shoot a laser down them arms? You can't. My God.
Or we would have different different elevations, because if assuming that the horizontal line created by this laser beam is really straight, then it would be measured drop from in concrete, between concrete line and horizontal line. It would be drop, just
Yeah.
drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be really
Yeah,
hard
yeah,
for
it's
you
the wa-
to get the laser to bounce backwards and forwards if there was a slope to that straight line, even.
Yeah, because you have to get the laser to hit a point once, and then it has to bounce back as a straight line, Bev.
Yeah,
Remember, there's other mirrors as well in the line.
yeah.
Hey guys, I'm confused.
There's no need to be confused. It's just a straight line. Like, it shouldn't be us that are confused.
No, but you guys are talking about bouncing off tangents and shit like that, right? I probably could be able to shoot a laser around a curve, but I could never get it to bounce back. I'm confused now. Yeah. How,
No,
how dare they talk about this shit?
So Spot On asks him about the tube is straight and you think just the concrete is curved. And Stark Otter says, nope, the concrete is also straight. So he knows that both the laser and the concrete in reality are straight.
And the tube.
And the tube,
No.
all of that stuff, dead straight.
Yeah,
It's just that
straight.
he has an elevation profile with a curve to it.
No, but look at the wording, Bev. He says straight. Okay? Straight can be straight up, straight down. Is it level? Look at the wording he's doing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just straight. It's good enough for the geometric. Understand it.
Yeah, but he should have put level in there.
It says the elevation measured along the concrete after construction gives numbers which are not straight.
What does
So
straight mean, Bev? What's
The
straight
concrete
mean?
is straight, but the elevations measured give numbers which are
Aren't
not straight. I mean, what does that mean?
it doesn't
means-
mean anything.
Yeah, you
Because
could have straight up, straight down, straight with a.
No. He says straight
No,
and then not straight.
he says they're all straight. The concrete, the tube, and the laser.
yes,
That's
I think that it could mean that this straight concrete is not parallel to horizontal line, but it is straight but not parallel. So they would intersect.
Absolutely, that's my point.
But it would exhibit change in elevation between horizontal line and this concrete. It would be measurable. But they would while building this gizmo, they would have to adjust the elevation while building.
He has
Where's
got-
the 4
has got-
4 foot drop See, that's the thing.
He has got the
If it's-
one
if it's-
line being horizontal and the other arm also being horizontal. So he has labelled both arms as horizontal with a joining point with a common horizontal. So they have to be on the same horizontal plane. Geometrically,
Yeah.
there's no other way for it to be. In his drawings of it. Right? Don't forget about the facts that he's drawing these. This is how he draws it. FE Dogma with two horizontal lines with a common point at the middle that's horizontal. How are they not on the same horizontal plane? And what sort of mind gymnastics do you have to try and do to say anything other than that? Other than the fact that he's saying it's not level, even though both of the arms are definitely on a horizontal plane, the same geometric horizontal plane.
Mm.
There's not really any need to do any more mental gymnastics.
529.63 feet on that top picture. Every single one of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. The look, it's dropping away from the horizontal.
Yep.
Elevation change, isn't it? Drop from horizontal.
Yeah. You'd never see that in plans. You know, that's this. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
No. And 2 tangent points.
He says Stark Odder's got here. Yep, Mickey. We do have a guy called Mike. The concrete is straight and yet has elevations which does not form a straight line.
But I'm looking at the bottom one, and it's just so I'm reading the right numbers. Bev, could you follow through? Because I've got like
Which one are you
5,
on?
3 on the one with the one above the other. You know where he's got the two with a bending. Oh, well, I don't know. He's got a horizontal line with
Oh,
it curving away.
I'm way back at
horizontal.
11 o'clock this morning. A minute
All right.
on my screen.
Well, that's all right.
Yeah, he's claiming curved level. Just it.
Mhm.
If you want to, I
And
can.
he's got 533.78. Sorry, I haven't got my glasses. The first number where it says tangent.
Yeah, I'll come and have a look now.
I think I posted it. Is this the one you're looking at? In live
Yeah,
chat?
5. Go on. What is it
Yeah, I
you're
hope so.
struggling with?
Well, I'm just this. Well, so you got 533.78.
Yeah.
And then you got 539. Is that .63?
Yeah.
529.
And then
No, 534.03.
You on the top one or the bottom one?
what? No, the bottom one.
Right,
one.
okay,
bottom.
that's 53378 on the left hand
Yeah,
side.
you read it out.
537.84 on the right hand side of it. Right, so that's about 4.1.
Oh, then I'm lost. Sorry, mate. I was just going through the numbers on the bottom. 533.78, and it says 53. Is that
34.
9? 539. Not 4, is it?
537.
Seriously.
537.84 he's got.
I'm looking at some different numbers. That's right. Don't worry, mate. I'm gonna get some glasses because
The first number is 533. Then you get the second elevation. It's 534. 534, 536, 537.
Yeah.
I'm going to post that what I'm looking at because pretty sure it doesn't say that.
It all looks like it works with the quadratic function in that direction. I'm wondering whether it also works back in the other direction, since you do actually have another tangent point here in this drawing, in the second drawing here. So that should drop down that way from this tangent point here also. Double nutsack it. I don't know. Can you see that? Does that make it any better? It's not very big, that. It's not gone.
I've managed to zoom in a bit more. So the numbers in the white boxes. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
533 dots.
the yellow
8
boxes.
feet. No. Down at the bottom, you just got the white. It says tangent, and it's got the numbers under it.
Yeah.
That's all I was trying to do. Is just read them numbers out. But I've managed to sort of zoom in a bit more now for some reason.
Yeah,
Downloaded
he
it.
has. He's got one that's the wrong number in there. Yeah.
Oh, it is just that one number though, isn't
Yeah.
it? Or like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah. It'd be one of those deliberate mistakes that they put in there to see whether you're checking it. Spot the deliberate mistakes. Have you seen the other one?
Yeah.
See the other one that I spotted?
Yeah.
See in the top right-hand
level
corner?
line that's curving down. That one.
No. See the one in the top right-hand corner? It's got an arrow with
5296.
north. See at the top right-hand corner? It's got an arrow with north on it. But he turns the fucking LIGO, doesn't he? Through 90 degrees between the two pictures. But north doesn't fucking move.
Oh.
The top picture has
Yeah, I can see it.
left-hand arm.
I can see it. Yeah.
So
Go
this picture is made up.
It's
Go on,
it's
Ben.
got to have a few mistakes in it. It wouldn't be typical. Like Blue Marble says, they leave mistakes in to see how observant people are.
Yeah.
Like intentional
Sometimes they can
mistakes. They
be
wouldn't make
peppered.
mistakes for
Peppered
no
with them.
reason. But yeah, down here, his level line has a quick upshoot a few meters, 6 foot. Just at that one point. This one
Both
doesn't.
pointing north. Both arms.
Yeah. With 2 tangent points. Fucking hell, man.
Oh, God. What more could you get wrong with it?
Yeah. Well, you have to wait and see. He's done a double nutsack. I don't. That's like a hidden one that you have to look for yourself. And then once you realise you've done a double nutsack, what happens is you normally turn to the hump. So that's another one that's hidden in there also.
Run to the hump.
Humpity the hump, humpity the hump.
Can you remember when we did our first?
Not even Wednesday.
You remember when we did our first test on the canal? And we said we wanted to check for these straight line segments. So what we'd do is we'd get the bars and drive them into the thing, and then we put the level on it. It did like an ultra 2-peg test, but it was a 3-peg test.
Yeah.
Can you remember what measurements we decided to use?
Oh, I don't think I can't, mate.
Because he's got them here on this one. It's a corner station, and then he's gone 3,300, and then 6,600, and then 9,900. Because we did that, didn't we? 33 metres, and then we did 66 metres, and we did 89 metres.
Yeah.
handy, that.
What?
Isn't it?
Mhm.
And what did you find, Bev? Was there a hump in the middle or was it dropping away?
No, perfectly level. It's like
Yeah.
a super duper toupee
Super
test.
duper. Like the ABBA song.
Your
Super
attention, your attention to detail, Bev, is second to none. I must give it to you.
Yeah.
That very first thing we did. Let's just make sure
Yeah.
that it is actually a straight line level, because they like to say, the Globers like to say, that you have to have an equal distance between these points to measure it, to make sure it's level. So if you do 33, 66 and 99, then they're obviously not at an equal distance. There's 3 different distances. And that's where the proof for the straight line comes in. You check it against an other thing and make sure that it is a shared straight line segment. It's a very basic geometric concept.
Yeah.
That's where we're at.
Yeah, but Bev, I'm confused because some Globers say they find humps, and other Globers say they find drops over a straight line. I'm confused.
I don't
What the
think.
fuck?
I don't know. I mean, who are these
Don't be
wise
confused
people you
by
seem to
other
be talking
people.
to?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Don't be confused.
Who are these sages you've been talking to?
yeah, crazy people.
Would you question that of water?
No, absolutely not. Spot on. Humps and drops. Mhm.
I think that every surveyor is carrying his own personal hump. So, for example, if he is taking measurement from one end of Pontchartrain, so he is at the hump, so
No, he's at the
is-
bottom of the hump. Oh, you're on about the top of the hump. Yeah,
Yes,
sorry, yeah,
so-
okay, yeah.
so- so-
Yeah,
so
top
he-
of the hump.
So when he's going through this Pontchartrain, his hump is going with him. So this is very interesting story.
Humpity hump, hump, hump. And then you have the drop as well, paper. What about the drop?
Yeah, everything's. Yeah, exactly, Gadget. I mean, it's humping whilst dropping.
Yeah. That's why I said I'm confused. It's not reality. I don't know.
No,
I'm confused.
That's why I call it
No,
positively.
they're confused, not you're confused. That's
Yes.
the problem, man.
No,
This is-
I'm confused about their argument. You know.
There is no argument here. I call it
Yeah.
I call it positively negative hump.
yeah.
Well, it started from this. I put it in the live chat, you guys. It's principle of the Stadia method, but again, this is based upon what we've been dealing with. Is the Bridge of Asses proposition 5 within Euclid, called the Bridge of Asses because it's hard work for people to get over it, inexperienced people to get past this. And this isn't a geometric problem. This is a serious problem for certain people to even get an idea of what the problem is, as we tried to explain. But this is the basic problem that most of the Globers have. Within this principle of the Stadia method, the Stadia method is based on the principle that the ratio of the perpendicular to the base is constant in similar isosceles triangles. Equal angles at the bottom of these triangles equal angle at the eye or wherever. This is the same angle here, and these angles will always be the same. So these triangles, this small triangle, will have the same shape and angles as this bigger triangle. And then this bigger triangle again, same angles, means that this line here is proportional to this line and this line. And they're all proportional along this line here. There's a relationship of these triangles together because of the bridge of asses, the understanding that the angles will always be the same. This is the common point, so this one always has the same. And these two angles here are always the same. So you extend the sides, like it says in Proposition 5, you end up with this. But the problem is, if this line is horizontal, and this is a tool for establishing a horizontal, then these lines here, in order to have this proportion, have to be perpendicular to it. The Stadia method is based on the principle that the ratio of the perpendicular to the base is constant in similar isosceles triangles. Perpendicular to the base. The base is this, or this center line is what you would call a base. That's why it's used for stadiometric range finding. This is in the eyepiece of every optical measuring device, because this is what they do. They're for range finding. And it's just based on geometry, but I mean, you get to use this in reality. These are the principles of every optical measuring device, or every optical with crosshairs. The idea of crosshairs in a gun sight is so you can range find. That's what Stadia hairs do. So the reason it came about is because this perpendicular relationship means that these lines have to be straight along both axes. This one horizontal and this one vertical. They have to be perpendicular. And that upsets the guys that we have watching. They love it. So, yeah, whenever you post anything like that, certain people come and jump to attention. And they end up saying things and showing you elevation profiles of straight lines that aren't straight. It's amazing. We know about how a grade is measured, a slope. It's through rise over run. What do you reckon a slope of 1 inch over a mile would look like? An elevation profile on a globe. That's the slope down of 1 inch in a mile. What do you reckon the elevation profile of something with no slope? Might look concave. Like the LIGO arms. I got some more pictures, but... Oh yeah, here we go. Here's another one. This is again Stark Odder early this morning. I asked him because he said all measurements prove a globe, and I said, which measurements are they? And he said, all measurements ever made which are capable of discerning the difference between parallel and diverging verticals. I still don't know what the tool would be to measure diverging verticals, because you definitely couldn't use a plumb as a measure vertical. And then he has this thing about quoting us, a bit like Beddy, but they have a different way of quoting us. It says, all verticals are perpendicular to horizontal in reality. That's me. I said that because that's a truthful statement. And he says, and you find this amazing? It's like, no, I just state truthful facts, right? It says it's just the definition of horizontal, Bev. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. It's not. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. But no doubt.
Implication is that this is perpendicular to vertical, but this is not definition, of course.
Yeah. But I mean, it is perpendicular to vertical. They're both straight lines. And I know what perpendicular means. And he does agree with it. He finds it nothing strange. It's definitely not amazing. It's just a fact of reality that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
So why he is proposing any curve then?
Yeah. And I said, I know this is a fact. This fact is upsetting for you, but it is established fact and undeniable. And he says he doesn't deny that. He would absolutely agree with it, that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. He says, what I disagree with is your unsupported assertions that all verticals are parallel or all horizontal planes are parallel. Well, you've just said they're perpendicular. That's the proof within geometry. There's no other way for you to have vertical and horizontal and vertical being perpendicular and then have them diverging. It's not possible.
If horizontal planes are not parallel, it means only that they are not planes.
And they're not perpendicular to vertical.
Of course.
That's what perpendicular means. Two straight lines or planes, right?
Yes.
You can have planes or lines perpendicular to each other, but if they're straight lines, that's the only way you can have it.
So no horizontal planes and no vertical planes, because they cannot be parallel to this curved line, curved surface, so they are divergent. So no horizontals, no verticals. Sorry.
Yep. They disappear with the globe. They're only an imaginary thing. If you have the globe model, you have to do away with vertical planes and horizontal planes. There's no planes for you to have. But he says, your assertions that all horizontal planes are parallel, because those are demonstrably false. He can demonstrate, supposedly, that horizontal planes are not parallel.
So show me the money.
Yeah.
We are waiting for undeniable proof.
Because he says, because those are demonstrably false and you just keep pretending it's true. because you want it to be. Not a hint of logic or critical thinking to back it up. Well, yeah, it's geometric proofs. They're very easy. It's one of the easiest geometric proofs to prove that you cannot have horizontal and vertical being perpendicular and have those lines diverging, converging, intersecting, or whatever. It's not possible. I mean, I don't know how simple you would need it to be for a demonstration that, it's obviously geometrically true. Vertical and horizontal. You just have to change the definition of them in order for you to go with this. I mean, he says, not a hint of logic or critical thinking to back it up. That's on his part. I know it's upsetting to them that the geometric proofs of what they're talking about. And I think I've got. These are the comments with FE Dogma. It says, this is a comment out of the blue. Also, just curious. Did someone purge all of the Globers from On The Level Discord? No, anybody can come in. We do like to talk about logic and stuff, so don't think many Globers like to come round and try and talk about logic. But anybody's welcome. Next Level Discord. There's all sorts of
I think this is kind of tactic because they maybe they are afraid to come here, but they cannot admit that. So it's easier for them to excuse themselves that they are not allowed here. They want, but they're not allowed. Sorry. I think this is just poor tactic. Maybe not all of them, but some of them, I think, yes.
Yeah. Well, I'd like I say, I would love to talk to a globe geometer. I wanted to try and talk to Conspiracy Cats after Ruhif said he was one of the top 3, but it appears he's gone. He's not. I don't think he's coming back. He's given his YouTube channels away. I don't think you could be an Indian giver with that sort of thing and ask for it back. Even Ranty didn't attempt that. So there's an opening for a globe geometer to come and explain the straight line. I've got a proof of a straight line. I was wondering how a globe geometer might take the proof of a straight line in reality. So if there's anyone out there, Science It Out was the other one, and Flat Earth Math. Not noticed them around for a bit. They're Ruhif's top picks. If anybody else has any top picks for globe geometers, I mean, the top guys I want to have a word with.
Or logicians. A logician would be...
should be able to work this process out, right?
Modern logician, yes, modern logician needed urgently.
Yeah. Any globe geometers, this is a good time. Come on in and we'll deal with the straight line proof and the logic behind it. How you can logically derive elevation profiles and stuff like that. How you can have a concept of straight and map something that you know is straight onto a graph with an XY axis that you also know is straight and end up with a curved line. Let me see if I can find some more stuff. Don't think there's any need for me to go into the Ordnance Survey stuff, is there? Might save that for some other day. Maybe for Wednesday, that'd be a good one, wouldn't it? Going over the globe on Hump Day. Right, well, I need to make a brew. Does anybody want to have a chat about anything while I go and get myself a brew? Gagging. Or should I put a Buster song on for a bit? What do you reckon? You don't sound very chatty. I'll put a Buster song on.
Buster song.
Don't understand. They don't understand.
No,
Put that one on, Biv.
Logic,
No?
mate.
Oh, Logic. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. One chance.
You sound-
I'll be back in a bit.
You
What?
sound tired, Bev. You okay?
Yeah, I'm gagging for a brew. I need to go and make a brew. All right.
Yeah.
I'll shut
Okay.
Discord off. Play this.
I have enough confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, can do fuck all with an anger when the fools are running away.
All right, we back. That's bad. Went away for a bit, left it a bit too long. Still haven't finished making me brew. Back now though. Buster, one chance. So, here we are. I'll get a video. Ruhif came round. He's been coming round recently in the mornings. He gave us the idea of the first chance for me to be able to use the Bridge of Asses concept into a logical discussion. And from that, we had a conversation. Spot on was round. It came up about surveying. Turned into quite a funny video. Let me see if I can find it. Ruhif. I think it was this one.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Here we go. Through Discord, you guys want to see. Let me get this one sorted now. Where's all my other bits gone? Okay, now this is a conversation that we had with Ruhif the other day. I will stop it for a bit. Okay, so yeah, I'll finish playing this. Can you guys see that in Discord?
I can see.
Okay.
Just thinking about
There you
who's
go.
left to talk to, Ruhif, you know?
Like what?
When you come in, you just literally come in, as I said it, really.
Oh,
I just wondered, not many people come around these parts anymore.
yeah. Well, I think that's reflective of the quality of conversation that can be found here.
Look at this turd.
Since
You're
you
in
started
the
coming
air.
round, you mean?
You have no idea what we were talking about this morning.
Typical
Ironic,
troll
isn't it?
comment now.
Ruhif-
Well
Ruhif-
done, Ruhif. Well done.
Ruhif's got no idea what we're talking about when he's involved in the conversation anyway, so no hope for you, Ruhif.
The quality of
Come on.
conversation. Is that what you're looking for around here, Ruhif?
What I'm looking for.
Where do you normally go for your quality conversations when you're not here?
I used to go into Geo's a lot. Got pretty bored in there, and then he had a fucking psychotic episode, so I left. Used to go in Gems. Gems has usually got some people in there, but it's kind of too full, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah,
You
yeah.
can't
They
get
don't let
yourself
you speak.
across,
There's
like-
better Globers than you are over there.
And
What, is there any
so
others? Apart from all the obvious ones, is there any, like, you remember of something else? Like, I don't know, something that isn't related to
Flat
the
Earth.
shape of the Earth?
Yeah.
No, I think all of them are Flat Earth servers. That's the only reason I use Discord, actually.
Oh, fair enough.
And yet you still come here, right?
Yeah.
Is that why
Well, no
you come
one's
here?
in,
It's because we're not talking about Flat Earth that you think the quality of conversation's bad.
no one's in QE Nathan's Betty's server at the moment, so
Yeah. And we don't talk about Flat Earth, so you're upset. It's understandable. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, especially when you discover elevation change, you know, you're like, oh yeah, I get it. You know, I don't understand people that say it's flat. I mean, it's ridiculous, really.
Yeah, and that's really weird that Ruhif's just said that the only reason he's got Discord is for the flat Earth subject,
Yeah.
and yet he finds himself here. We're nothing to do with flat Earth.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Bit of a dichotomy there, Ruhif.
He can't see it though.
No.
So where do you
enjoy
think?
his meal anyway?
Yeah, where do you think all of this is going then, right? Because you, like you say, people are having psychotic episodes all over the place, aren't they? I mean, I haven't got a clue about what's going over on Blue Ops and the Globe team. I bet you're going absolutely crazy.
Where do I think Flat Earth is going? Is that the
No,
question?
oh no, where do you think you're going, right? Because like you say, you're getting bored of the Flat Earth and they're having psychotic episodes all over the place. And you don't like coming here and not talking about Flat Earth. So where do you think the whole scene's going? I mean, what are you going to do?
What am I going to do? Find another hobby at some point.
A hobby? Is
Yeah,
Flat
I would
Earth
like
a
to play
hobby
some
for you?
actual... Whatever, yeah.
Why don't you take that over to his show?
How did Geo upset you, Ruhif?
Right in there. Hang on. I'm going to check DMs.
DMs.
Yeah.
What, from Geo?
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. So someone came in and said, "Oh, like pretended to be on the fence, right?" And he goes, "Oh, I'm hoping to get some like real conversation from flat earthers that can sort of demonstrate their claims." And I said something like, "Well, you won't get that here. Flat earthers never, put their claims to the test." And Geo muted me, and I was like, "All right," I left the voice chat. And then he goes in the DMs, "Lol, fuck off. You're worthless. You'll remain muted." And then I said, "It's a fact. You guys can't make any sort of test or prediction." And he goes, "Demons get wrecked. Bye-bye." And I said, "All right, bye-bye." So I left. And then he goes, "This is Earth Awakenings, not Earth Re-cuck yourself into lies and deceptions." What else did he say? "Take your demons elsewhere." And I said, like, you legit sound like you're having a psychotic episode. And he goes, "Someone else left the server. The demons are fleeing. The light here is too strong." Yeah, he just lost his shit. So, yeah. And I was getting pretty bored over there with the same fucking Jeremy, same crew with the same bullshit and same misunderstandings.
What about cats? What about cats and all that? Are they your mates
cats?
still? You speak to him still?
Yeah, yep. And
He
Randy.
said Katz was
regularly.
one of the top geometers, the globe geometers.
Yeah, probably speak to Cats.
Is it?
I'll probably speak to Ranty the most, I would say, outside of the Wolfpack, and Cats a bit.
How's he doing with his true crime now? He's gone into, isn't he?
Oh, they're not necessarily true crime, but they're pretty interesting episodes. Yeah. He's a bit bored of Flat Earth as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because it's not fucking
well.
real, innit? Imagine spending all that fucking time on it to work out it's not fucking real.
Mm.
I bet he felt fucking stupid. Seems like there's a lot of people that are doing that at the minute, Ruhi. I mean, even you. I mean, I admit it. Right?
Leaving Flat Earth, you mean?
It's getting
Like leaving
old,
the
isn't it? Like,
arena.
well, that
Yeah.
sort of idea that something that isn't real, keep talking about it as though it is.
Hmm.
What are you going to do? Like, yeah, I know you're going to go to poker, but what do you reckon everybody else is going to do?
Go back to their other hobbies, I guess.
You know, poker's about calling bluffs as well as trying to bluff, right?
Can you bluff a bluffer? Do you know when to fold? Do you know where to hold them?
Wait,
Know when to walk away
know when
when
to run.
evening's done.
Never count your money when you're sitting at the table.
Mm. That's a back thought on that. I have to tell you about that one.
What's your get best glow proof, Ruhiv?
The best one at the moment, I've got three that I sort of go tos. Number one's probably celestial navigation. Number two would be my aqueduct measurements. Number three is probably mountains like Canigou and San Jacinto.
Whoa. What's that second one?
My measurements
I
with
think I've heard
the
that.
Autolite. All right, I'll post the video.
Whereabouts at the
Right, I'm back. That's a nice little intro. Ruhif, obviously, he's talking about conspiracy cats there, and he says he's talked to him quite often, him and Ranty. But he doesn't know about conspiracy cats giving his channel away. We had to tell him about that. So it's strange that he has somebody he talks to all the time. Doesn't know anything about him bugging out. But this bit we're getting into now is some amazing stuff about Ruhif and his idea of level and how he wants to get people, surveyors, to do some stuff for him. Check it out, this is good.
Californian Aqueduct. So that was in response to a Jay Tolan video.
Notice that you're a bit obsessed with Jay Tolan as well, aren't you?
Yeah, yes.
Steve McRae.
Yeah.
Wow, it's a long time since we heard any of that shit. Yeah, a joint effort.
Yeah.
He's respectable now, isn't he, Steve McRae?
What do you mean?
He's done well for himself. Well, hasn't he got that non sequitur?
He has. Yes.
Yeah. He split up with Fight the Flat Earth, though. Did you hear that? That was a good one.
With FTFE, yeah.
Yeah.
And with Church as well.
Yeah, and well, they said that they were calling him, weren't they, on his qualifications that he's never put out. That must have been fucking hard work, that, coming from like an internal thing.
That wasn't my understanding of the situation.
Was it not?
No.
No. I thought it was because like he'd never actually shown any of his qualifications and they called him a lying twat.
It's not my understanding of the situation.
That was my understanding. Can you put us right then?
No.
No.
If that's the public, that's the view that's in public. I mean, I'm not going to correct it because then I know stuff that, you know.
Okay, so we'll go with that then, right?
You can
Steve
go with
McRae and
whatever you
Chesh,
like.
because
Jeff.
Steve and Chesh, when they were together,
Hmm.
I'd say together, you know, they were doing their shit together. They both called him out for not showing any of his qualifications. Because he hasn't, has he? He's never shown any of those things that he's got.
No idea.
No idea. Yeah, I like I say, with that Fight the Flat Earth and his qualifications, I don't know for sure, but I think Steve McRae, Cheshire Vicky had a big falling out with him because he's never shown any of his qualifications, and he purports to be in all of this really clever stuff, but there's no sign of it. And I think mostly he's known for being a liar. I don't know for sure, but I think Steve McRae, Cheshire Vicky had a who's got feedback? So yeah, I don't know if anybody can put us right about it, if they've actually seen any of Fight the Flat Earth's so-called qualifications. I don't even know what they are. Put us right. If I've got the story wrong there, let us know. Ruhif can't put us right, so I don't know.
So that's not my understanding of the law.
So you've definitely seen his qualifications then, right?
I'm not speaking on the subject because you guys have a view that's in public. I don't know what is and is not out there then, right?
A view that's in public. We have a view that's in public.
Yeah,
no, I was open, like, I don't want to be spreading rumours, but that was my understanding. Can you put us right about it or not?
I can tell you that's not the correct understanding.
It's not the correct understanding.
Mm-hmm.
What about the actual correct thing, right? Because people can understand things really wrongly, can't they? Or do you mean your understanding of it is the correct understanding? It's a bit hard to work out what you're talking about. It's always
Who's still at
large,
the top of the
awkward
mountain when
pauses.
you're looking through that thing? Looking at another mountain on your video.
Sorry, who is at the top of the mountain? What do you mean?
Can you imagine?
Well,
right, he stood at the side of a fucking aqueduct and look at the way he's looking. Surely that's what you said, right, Ruhif? You said the fucking guy here, he's looking at a fucking mountain. What's he doing? Why is he not looking at the aqueduct?
Not measuring the aqueduct.
What?
What's
I'm
he
not
doing?
measuring the aqueduct.
Yeah, what's he doing?
What's the point in standing by the aqueduct when you're not measuring the aqueduct?
Right, Jay Tolan did his experiment, or his observations from the aqueduct, and I was in LA. I was like, fuck it, I'll go and do it. Do it properly.
Why didn't you measure the water? So, what is it? A still body of water? Or is it a flow?
Flowing.
It's flowing. Only is it like locked at each end and they use it as a, or is it just always flowing?
There are like locks every, I don't know, 3 or 4 miles or something, and they drop the water level at each of those ones.
Mm-hmm.
How long are they? How long are the locks?
Well,
Between-
maybe I'm using the wrong word. what's the word? There are dams, I guess, or whatever. What's the word where it stops?
A lock.
A lock? Okay.
But I mean,
They
a lock would
control the water
normally
flow.
be for a vessel to float,
Canal.
you know,
Yeah.
something to go in to change the elevation. These are for flow control, aren't they?
Yeah. So I don't know what word you'd use to describe them, but they're every few miles.
Yeah.
They change the water level.
So there are.
So how much flow is there? You know, like on
You can
those,
see it.
you can see it.
You can see the water moving.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah,
say
yeah.
don't
But
swim in
did
it.
they is the water always the same depth?
No. I guess that depends on how much water's coming from Western California.
Yeah, it looks quite high compared to the rest of that land round there. It looks like they've done a fair bit of concrete work.
Oh yeah, huge. It's a huge fucking job.
To get
Huge
the
construction job.
flow of water correct, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Jake Pollan did he did do a video where he actually measured the aqueduct. And I tried to
No
get,
fucking way.
yeah. And I tried to get a local
Did he do that one
surveyor to go and
first?
do it. No, he only did it like a year ago during COVID. And I tried to get a surveyor over there to go and do it properly, but no one would do it. So I haven't been to.
You tried to get a
Yeah,
surveyor
yeah.
over there to that aqueduct.
Yeah.
What were you
A local
asking the
surveyor.
surveyor to do?
To make other measurements.
What other measurements?
To show-
Of the water, to show how much flow of the
Yeah.
water is.
Yeah, to show how the aqueduct was constructed, and it's not. His thesis was, the water level should drop at a steady rate to cause flow, like 3 inches per mile or something. And I'm like, well, no, it's the water level in between those locks is going to be pretty stable, and that's where they drop the amount by a couple of feet, and that's that averaged out is the 3 inches per mile. So it was to demonstrate that the water curve, basically. That was it.
Right. So, I don't know whether anybody heard that or, but Ruhif, because JT Tolan has been to this aqueduct and sighted a mountain, the Ruhif is now, apparently he said he's asked some surveyors to do the measurements properly. It becomes a bit more apparent in a bit, but he said that stretch of water, which is called an aqueduct, which is flowing water. It provides the drinking water and the water for all of wherever the water's going to, and it goes quite a long way. So it's obviously a stretch of water in between, and he calls it locks, but they're just sort of barriers to stop the water or to control the flow from one bit to the other. So let's say, for instance, the water has a flow or a drop of over a mile, 3 inches. Well, what you do there in order to get that, the understanding of it, is to have a horizontal distance, that would be a mile, and a vertical height, 3 inches. You would put the high bit, 3 inches at one end, and the other bit where the slope goes down, he would make a triangle. That slope, 3 inches over a mile, is the amount of slope or for flow for the water to go from one end to the other, because it will want to equalize. You'll have one bit lower than the other. Now, that may not sound particularly strange or whatever, water to actually flow downhill. I mean, there are other stretches of water that have less of a vertical amount of over the longer distance. Water will always find its level, and it will flow down until it does find its level. When it finds its level, it cannot be neither higher nor lower, none of it, in the traditional sense of higher or lower. And that's what he's asking here. Ruhith, for some reason, is asking surveyors, professional surveyors, to go there and make some measurements of an aqueduct, right? That's concrete. It's already been made. This entire aqueduct has plans and stuff that they've already been built to. So asking a surveyor to go and do this sort of thing is, I find it really funny. Let Ruhith take it away. So, in your eyes, right? If he said there should be like a 3, I don't know, whatever. Let's say 3 inch per mile flow of the water, right? Drop. Do you imagine that some point along that there is a hump, a raise with the water in between those two bits?
When you say raise, do you mean a change in elevation, or do you mean a chord line through a sphere?
Well, you know, like you do, if you say it drops 3 inches over a mile, let's say, for instance.
Yeah. But I don't claim that.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. If they claim that, right, there's a stretch of water that drops 3 inches in a mile, let's say.
Yeah, and you got a surveyor there, and that's what he told you.
Right. Yeah, you wanted to get a surveyor there. What was it that you were after the surveyor telling you in relation to that 3 inches over the mile?
Jay Tolan took theodolite shots downstream and not upstream. If he took them upstream, he'll realize that it curves away in both directions. It's complicated, but
flowing water drops down.
What?
Did you hear that?
Yes, and by the way, if it would be 3 inches per mile, so, but this calculation for curvature is 8 inches per mile square. So for 1 mile, it would be still mile. So the water should go backwards then.
Yeah. I'll play that.
So why I don't understand why he is expecting that water would flow if he has 3 inches difference, but he's still missing 5 inches water to flow. It should be 3 inches plus 8 inches, so it would be 11 inches, yes. So for 11 inches, yes, that water on the globe would flow, but if it is less than 8, it cannot flow in that direction. Sorry.
I wouldn't bother. It's just, and that's why I go with 3 inches, because everyone can understand what 3 inches over a mile would be. That triangle isn't too hard to imagine. It's a bit of a skinny triangle, but you can still understand that that's how you end up getting a flow. Like if you curve one of the sides, it's not a triangle.
Yes, of course.
Which is what they do. But I mean, listen to what Ruhith said. Well, that's what I'm saying. If they claim that, right, there's a stretch of water that drops 3 inches in a mile, let's say.
Yeah, and you got a surveyor there, and that's what he told you.
Right. Yeah, you wanted to get a surveyor there. What was it that you were after the surveyor telling you in relation to that 3 inches over the mile?
Jay Tolan took theodolite shots downstream and not upstream. If he took them upstream, he'll realize that it curves away in both directions.
There you go. If you sight upstream, you realize it curves away in both directions, says Ruhif. Upstream. Curves down, says Ruhif. And Ruhif is asking surveyors in the area to go and take some measurements for him. You might be surprised to hear that nobody's took him up on it. Right? Because he sounds like a fucking madman.
Yeah, hell yeah. What would you do if you were a professional surveyor and some guy comes to you and says, I think that water actually, I know it's coming towards us, like it's flowing towards us, but I think actually there's a drop there. I think if you sight that, it'll drop.
Yeah.
Could you imagine what a professional surveyor is going to think?
Yeah,
Yes,
this
would
is perfect for the globe, right? It states
would-
elevation change of 3 inches over a mile, yet the model states more than that. There's a massive problem, right? Ruhif thinks he can prove something with these numbers.
I think that surveyor would ask Ruhif, "Are you well, sir?"
Exactly.
I
Because
believe Ruhif actually thinks that he could get a surveyor to show this curved baseline. I really think that people have been convinced in this argument that they've got a curved baseline. They've never actually gone and back to first principles within geometry to understand how important the straight line is. And their model has dictated to them a curve. Ruhif is just expressing it here now.
and he is still missing 5 inches. Sorry. So
He's
what
hoping the surveyors can help him out. Some fake surveyors, some fake globe surveyors that have been around have managed to convince people within this argument that the globe is provable in reality under surveying. Basic surveying. There's loads of people that have also said that Euclidean geometry proves a globe. Doesn't. In no way could it prove the globe. The globe is the mental construct that people have made. No way is it real. And there's going to be a lot of people like Ruhif that are scrambling to find some thing like this.
Hey, Bev.
Yeah.
Hey, I live by the California Aqueduct. It's got a bunch of sections.
Yeah.
And it's constantly changing levels, going up, and they pump up to higher sections, and then they have gates that control the flow. But you don't even need a slope of any kind because the water displacement alone will move the water. So it'll move to the other end, and if the gates and the next section's lower, the gates will release into the next section, which will push the water to the next section. It'll just keep pushing it as long as they keep the gates controlled and the pumps going at certain levels. They control it all by the flow through all the sections.
Yeah, and the flow is caused by a different in elevation, one end to the other.
Yeah, because it literally goes through the hills. It comes down into the valley, goes into the hills, goes over the mountains and by Southern California. It's pumped up. I mean, it's got tons of different sections.
Yeah. Yeah, but
And
the
it's all
water
controlled by-
always flows downhill, right?
No, it doesn't even need a downhill because the sections can be level, and the water coming in from a higher section through the, falling through the gates will go into that section. It'll literally just displace the water, pushing it forward away from it because it's going to fill up to a certain point, right? It's like flowing down into another cup. And it's just going to go up to a certain level, and they'll control that section with gates and or pumps, depending on if it's going to go up or down. So if you had too much slope, you would start overflowing. If they had any problems on any section, you'd overflow and flood all kinds of land. So you got to control it just simply by gates and pumps. And I think each section is level. I'm pretty sure. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure.
Well, there is flow, right?
Yeah, because if you have a section that's a little higher, and it comes to a certain point in there, and then it goes through the gates to keep it controlled in that section. If you go by it and watch it, the water's always at basically the same level. You can see the little marks on the sides because they got levels on the sides. But now it drops into a lower section, so that water drops. And when it drops into that section, it'll just start pushing that water to the far end.
Yeah, but that
until,
that drop
it's
is
filling up
because
another
of
section.
elevation change, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just elevation change. That's all.
Yeah.
And displacement, because as soon as water drops into there, it'll push the water in there towards the other way, right? Because that's the water's coming in. It pushes the water, and it'll just slowly go up to the points until it hits a gate or pumps on the other end, where another change of elevation is, because it's constant changes of elevation. If you watch it going through the hills, I just drove by huge sections of it the other day when I went on vacation. And,
That's water
it's literally going
seeping
through the
and
hills.
finding its level due to pressure, hydrostatic. That's all
Yes,
that is.
exactly. Yeah, you don't need any slope whatsoever. You just need to adjust for the elevation changes, whether it's going up. So you have to pump up into those sections, which that too, you pump the water into the one end and it pushes the water towards the other end. And it just keeps a flow like that. It doesn't have to actually have a slope. Just thought I'd throw my 2 cents in since I was listening to you.
Yeah. Well,
And I just drove by.
What would you be if you were like Ruhif, right, in a different country? Let's say Ruhif's asking for the surveyor to go and do something over there. What do you think he would be asking them to do?
I have no idea. I just don't think if they started putting slopes in each of these sections, you'd end up having overflows and flooding land because of one little problem or one gate didn't open or something at the proper time, and it would start. The water would go to the other end of the section and start to overflow, right? If it had a slope. And let's say they didn't control the gate.
It's only
the gate wasn't
something
open.
small, like 3 inches in a mile, if that. Some may not only be there. You could have 1 inch in a mile.
I don't even think you need any. It's just changes of levels and water displacement through gates and pumps. And that water displacement will push the water on the one end where the water's coming in, and the water, because it's in a section, will just start to push to the other end to level out, right? Because the water wants to level out. It's not going to pile up on the end where the water's coming in. It's not going to pile up. It's going to push it outward towards the other end of the section, where you also control it by gates or pumps, depending on the level change, if it's going up or down. It's literally divided in sections everywhere. They even have dams on it, generating electricity. And so it's constantly changing.
Yeah. But when you look at it generally, there will be a higher elevation at one end of the water.
No, I don't think so.
where
I
the
think
other end is.
you have a section, you have sections, and they all, if you look at they have marks with the water height or the water level, like in the sections. They'll have like numbers. You'll see it climbing up the sides because they also have like ladders for people who fall in or drive in or something like that to climb out if they get caught in it. But it has the depth levels, and they pretty much maintain them at the same depth on every section. They keep it pretty controlled.
Yeah, but
And it's
are
literally
all
through
the
gates and
are
pumps.
yeah, but are all the sections, all the different sections at the same elevation?
No, because it's literally going through hills and down into valleys and up into hills and down into
Yeah.
valleys. It's just going across the landscape, so you have constant changes of elevation, right?
I
So
think
they
that's
might get a large section where it's level, and
Yeah.
they'll have it'll look, and they might have shorter sections where you have much more different elevation changes. And so
Yeah.
then if it goes up, they will have a section there where it'll pump up into the next section, where it'll push the water forward into towards the other end. And if it drops down, they'll have a gate on that other end of that next section, and they'll let water out as it goes over the gate into the next section. But every time the water goes into a new section, it's like a bathtub when you got the faucet on the one end, but it's going to fill the whole tub up level, and it's going to push the water to the other side. It does the same thing. But if you had too much slope on it, if you put a slope on it or had too much slope, I think you would have problems with actually overflowing the other ends.
Yeah,
Because
but
they're
I think
having problems.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I think, Bev, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what you were saying is if you took the whole aqueduct in its entirety, all the different sections, there is a slope or an elevation change from one end to the other. However many
No.
miles that is, right?
No, I don't think so.
Well, wait a minute. Now I just asked you if all of the sections were the same level. You said no.
They're not all the same level.
They go through mountains and down into valleys, yeah?
Yes, they drop into sections or pump up into sections.
Right. So if they flow down into sections and up into other sections via pump, then those sections taken in their entirety cannot be level. Or else why would you need to pump?
No, because okay, it's like I said, here you got one section that's higher. You got a gate. It's letting water out into the next section that's lower, right?
One section
So
is
that
higher and
water,
one
if,
section
if
is
you
lower.
if the gates are closed at the other end, it's just going to fill that section up to it. If you just kept the water going in, it would overflow it, right? But it keeps it. It just will push the water to the other end. It's displacement, just like your bathtub. You turn on the faucet, and it fills up the whole tub. It doesn't just pile up underneath the faucet.
So if
it
you
pushes the water.
So if you open one of the gates that happens to be at a higher elevation than the gate below it, than the section below it, the water's going to flow, yeah?
Yes, because it's going to overflow the gate, or they're going to open the gate, one or the other.
Correct. That's
Depending
what we're
on the
saying by
gates.
saying the water flows. I think what you're saying
Yes,
is
but it's,
within
it's flowing by displacement, not by change of it's displacement that's pushing it, pushing the water in each section by displacement.
Yeah, but why
It
did
pushes
the water
to the far end?
But why did the water move from one section of the aqueduct to the other?
Why does the water under your
Through a
faucet
gate,
in your
through a
bathtub
gate.
push the water to the other end of the tub and keep it all going up
No,
level?
you're still not hearing what I'm saying. Why is the gate there then?
The gate is there because they control it. If you had a flow, if you had slopes and flows, you would end up overflowing all kinds of sections. You would
I
always have
understand.
problems with overflow.
So
flooding the
you
land.
have several sections of aqueduct with gates in between, yeah?
The gates or pumps, depending on the level change.
Okay. So if the gates weren't there, would the whole thing be level?
No, because
What would
the land
happen if
is the land has constant elevation changes.
What would
It's like,
happen if the gates weren't
even
there?
my little valley here, I can be 115 above sea level, then I'm 120, then I'm 110, then I'm 115 again. It changes, it varies all the time, but they control all this by making sections.
I get it.
And they just
I get it.
displace the water with the flow coming in to each section,
I-
whether it's through gates or pumps.
I
And
get
that
it.
pushes the water to the other end of that section,
I get it.
where it's
You've
also
said that-
released by.
You've said that several times now. What I'm trying to get at is if the gates weren't there, what would happen to the aqueducts?
It would overflow the aqueduct. It would overflow the section.
Why?
If they didn't release water in
Where?
each section
Where would it overflow?
into our valley and flood us. You
So
have
would-
to keep the water. You keep the water flowing by displacement, and you control that by the gates and pumps. That way, you don't overflow shit. Otherwise, you would have a problem. But if you had a slope, that water would start flowing very fast. It flows fast enough just by displacement. You can see where they have pumps going into a higher section. You can watch the water; it's just gushing in there, and then it falls down into the water and pushes that water towards the other end of that section. Same with a gate. If you have a gate and it's going down into a lower section, that water is going to flow down. It's going to push that water at the beginning of that section towards the other end because it's going to want to seek its level, right? And so you're just going to fill up that section. They have to control it. But if you had too much slope or any slope, I think, and that could be wrong. Maybe there is a touch of slope, but I don't think so. If you see how this whole thing looks when you drive by it, it's just constant changes of elevation, whether up or down, and that's how they control the whole thing through gates and pumps.
Okay. I think we're getting a bit confused because you have pumps, don't you?
Pumps for when the section that you're at is, and you're going to go to where the land goes a little higher, so they'll make a different section. You can literally see the level changes, and then it'll pump up into that section.
So they need a pump to go upwards.
To go upwards into a new section that's higher.
In order for the water to go down, does it need anything else other than the water flowing down?
No, the water doesn't have to flow down. It's just going to push the water forward as you pump it into that section. It's displacement. It doesn't need any kind of level to flow. That's just like if I dug a trench in my yard and it had it all the same level, but I started the faucet on the other end, that water would gradually push down to the other end, right? And it'll fill to the top until it overflows, unless I have a way of letting the water out the other end and going into another section. It's displacement. It just literally pushes the water.
If there's no flow, water will be level.
Yes, but you create the flow by having those gates and having those pumps, displacing the water in the following section. Constantly in each section, it's going to be displaced, whether it's pumps going up and then dumping that water into the new section, or the gates dropping it into a lower section. But that water coming in over that gate into the new section will push that water towards the far end because it's looking for level. It's just going to push it. It's being displaced. It's like if I pour a cup of water into a tub at one end, it's just going to push water. You literally don't need a slope.
I'm not all together with the pushing of water.
Well,
I just understand that water at rest is level, right?
Yes.
And water that's finding its level is what we call flowing water.
Yes, and you can cause flow either by a slope or displacement. You can do it with either. Displacement is just water coming in one end, pushing the water towards the other end. It could be, like I said, you can be dumping water like in a waterfall. It's like, and it'll push that water like in a river. But rivers are different than the canals. Rivers are different than the canals because rivers literally do flow downhill.
Water goes downhill.
You don't need any slope.
Water flows downhill.
Water flows to fill up whatever section it's in, and you can do that with displacement.
And it will be level. Yeah, fucking hell, I don't understand what's going on here.
It's not even that difficult.
Yeah, I know it's not difficult. It's you that seems to be making it difficult.
No, because you think you have to have a slope to flow, but that's wrong. You're wrong.
How about the tide?
You don't need a slope to flow water. You just need outlets on each end, whether it's a gate to drop down to a lower level or a pump to pump up to a higher level. The next section, then the water coming into that beginning of that section will be pushed because it's going to seek level. So it's going to automatically push water towards the other end because the water is coming in. It has force. When that water comes through a gate or goes up a pump, it has force.
Yeah,
it drops into the beginning of the next
section.
If
I've got a cup of water or a bath, right, and I'm turning the tap on, where's the flow to you?
The water will flow through the whole tub.
In the bathtub?
Yes.
Where does it flow to?
Is it going to pile up? Is it going to pile up under the faucet?
Where does the flow go in a bathtub?
It displaces the water under the faucet and pushes it to all directions.
Yeah, the level goes up.
Yes, and then
so there's no flow.
end because it's not a flow, and yet it looks like a flow because you can
But
they're
it's not a
constantly letting
flow,
water
but it looks
down
like
to
a
the
flow.
gates
It's not.
or
You're just
up to the
turning the
pumps.
tap
That
on.
water, so the water's. Oh God. Okay, you can stick with whatever you want. You're wrong. You don't need a slope. It's simply
No,
displacement.
you just need
You
the
can literally
water to
watch it
go
happen.
downhill, right?
It's
There
not
needs
going
to be an
downhill.
outlet
If
at
you
the
look at it,
bottom.
no. If the outlet is at the end of a section where you have a gate, but that whole section is level. The water displaces, comes in the far end, moves the water forward because it's displacing the water at the other end, pushing that water out, and the water's going to seek its level. So
It's
it's
just
basically
raising the
filling up a
level of the
tub.
water.
Yes, that's exactly it. And then the gate opens at the other end to control the
And
levels in
that
there.
gives you a
Lets water
flow.
into the next section, which
That
pushes it
gives
out
you the
to all
flow
points.
once you open the gate.
Yes, that's a
The
flow.
water can flow to a lower fucking level.
No, that doesn't.
Gary,
It's not flowing to a
What's
lower. It's
going
either
on
going
here?
down a gate or it's going up a pump. It's just changing levels, and each level is level. Each
Gary,
section is level. You
can I
don't need
get
a
a
slope.
question? Can I get a question?
Yes, go ahead.
I've got a mirror. It's a foot square. It's absolutely level. I get a little pipette with some water in it, and I drop one droplet of water in the center of this mirror. What's going to happen to that water that I've just dropped onto that mirror?
Okay, don't use stupid examples. You're gonna have
What's
one
gonna
droplet sitting in the middle. What if I keep droplets dropping down onto the center of that mirror? What the fuck would it do then, you stupid ass?
one droplet of water,
Gary. Calm down.
in the
Dude,
center.
this guy is literally using the stupidest example I've ever heard. Put a drop in the middle of a mirror. Is that how the canal works?
We're talking about the dynamics of water.
Displacement.
The fluid dynamics of water.
Yes.
What you're
so what
actually
happens if
talking
you have the
about.
drops that keep dropping? You just keep dropping drops. What
One
happens?
drop of water in the center of this mirror.
It's
What
going
would
to have
happen?
one drop in the center of the mirror. Now,
And
if
what
you
would
keep
happen?
letting drops down, what's going to happen to that water?
We're only talking about the one drop, Gary.
Okay, well, the canal is more than one fucking drop.
We're
This is
We're
so
talking
simple.
about canals now.
We are talking about the fluid dynamics of water.
Yes, and so if you keep drops dropping in the center of that mirror, drop, 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 what happens to that water? Is it pushing out? Is it being displaced?
We're talking
Moving
about
towards the
one.
outsides? Moving towards the
This is
outsides,
meant
just
to be
moving away from the
logic,
center,
like,
right?
What the fuck's going on? Triggered
Hey, I
flat
just called in to
earthers
tell you,
coming
I
in.
live right here by the aqueduct. You
Talking
can literally
about
go look at
level.
the sections because it's not the sections are level.
But the water flows down.
No, the water fills up the section and goes through. It's controlled so it doesn't go too high in the
And
section.
they open a
With a
gate,
gate at the other end, which then drops water into a
which
lower
is
section.
below
Or
the level of the
pumps.
water, so the water flows out of
Just
the
a
gate.
different level. That's all, and it fills up that new section. That section is level, and
Yeah.
it just displaces the water, fills up the whole. Basically, it's a tub. Each section is like a tub.
Yeah.
You might as well call that. If you close all the gates, they're just a bunch of tubs. That's all they are. They're a bunch of swimming pools.
Uh-huh.
The water won't flow unless you open gates so you can let water out when it gets to a certain level. It's going to drop into a lower section, and it's going to push that water forward towards the far end, where it's
Yeah.
going to either go up a pump into a higher section or down another through another section that's lower, because you
Okay.
have constant elevation changes.
So there is
You go
an
through- it literally
elevation
goes through the
change,
hills and the valleys.
Gary. So
Elevation
there is
change.
an
I got-
elevation change.
Yes, I said that from the very beginning.
Well, that's why I said that's what Ruhif would be trying to measure. And we said about 3 inches over a mile. And you said,
No, you
no.
don't need any slope. You will flood everything if you have slope.
Well, where's the
You will lose
elevation
control, you will
change
flood
happening,
everything.
Gary?
The elevation changes as each section. So let's say
Yes.
this section is 100 feet
That's
above.
how
the
water
whole
goes
section
down,
will
Gary.
be 100 feet above sea level.
hell.
It's got a gate on the other end. It'll fill up like a tub. And then they control that section by releasing out to the other far end, either through a pump. If it has to go to a higher section of the next section might be 120 feet. So they'll literally have a section that's built up higher, and they will pump that water in there, and it'll displace and push the water towards the far end of that, where it's either going to drop or be pumped to another higher section or lower section. Depends. But each section is level. They don't need any kind of slope to make that water flow. They can simply flow it through displacement and gates and pumps.
Right, so Is there an elevation change?
That's what I said at the very beginning. They're all different elevation changes. It has elevation changes all over the place.
Right, so when you're saying there isn't an elevation change, what the fuck are you talking about?
I didn't say there was no elevation change. I said each section. I might have one section in the hills here. Now I want to drop. It's going to drop to a lower section. It's going to go through these gates. It looks like a little waterfall, basically. It's going to go through these gates. They're going to control the gates. They can lower and raise these gates to how much water they want to come into the next section. And when water drops into that, let's say that's a lower section next, the water drops into it. It's going to push that water all through that section because it's going to fill up to level, right? Now
water will flow from the higher one to the lower one.
It's just displacing. It's just displacing.
No,
it's like
flows
a bucket of
from
water
higher to lower, Gary.
No,
yes.
It displaces the water until it all reaches its level.
How is it displacing anything if it's starting to flow? I think you have a problem with the word flow.
No. The flow is created by displacement. It's not created by a slope. You don't need a slope.
Wait a minute. It's not a matter of a slope. It's a matter of an elevation change controlled by a gate.
Yes. In other words, that whole section is level. Okay. You got a section. The whole section is level. Okay. Let's just close all the gates and stuff, and let's pretend they're all closed. The pumps are not going. It's closed. They can, let's say they open a gate. They can fill it up to a certain level because that water's going to displace. It's going to fill up. It's going to rise, right?
Where's the higher pressure, Gary?
You don't need any pressure.
Where is the higher pressure, Gary?
There's going to be. If
my example proves you wrong, Gary, because with no other water behind it, that drop of water in the middle of the mirror will just sit there.
Okay, well, there is water behind the canal.
Sit there.
Your drop of water is a stupid example. That there is water pumping into each section, whether it's coming down from a waterfall through a gate or being pumped up into it through a pump because it's the next section is a higher level. So you have that water coming in each section, constantly coming in each section, pushes the water around until it fills up, which causes it to flow out the other end, whether through a pump or through a gate.
Gary, let me
finished over talking me, Gary.
This is so simple.
Have you finished over talking me? That drop of water will sit in the middle of the mirror until it either evaporates or that mirror is tilted from its horizontal position. And then it will flow off of that mirror, demonstrating that you need a tilt from the horizontal to put flow to water.
Are you done? Are you done?
Yeah.
I don't want to talk over you. Okay. So now I just keep a steady drip, 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 drip in the middle of that mirror. What happens to that water?
Until it reaches the edge of the mirror, it will pull out and then flow off the edge of the mirror.
At the lowest point.
Right?
At the lowest point.
That's where
it will flow.
At the edges of the mirror. At the edges of the mirror where there is a change in elevation, it will drop off of that mirror and start pooling up on the floor.
Or like going through a gate.
Or the next.
Another level lower, right? That's the same thing.
Where's the gate? Where's the gate?
At the well, there doesn't have to be a gate in the mirror. The point is, the water
on the mirror
coming drip, drip, drip. It's going to push that water out towards the far sides to each side, right? It's going to push it outward until it overflows, and then it's going to drop into another section, and then it'll keep doing that. You'll keep the water dripping. It'll push more water into that bottom section until that bottom section overflows, right? But they control the overflowing by having actual walls and gates.
Well done, Gary.
You just proved my point. You like to use one little tiny water drop. You like to use one little tiny water drop because you know that won't flow. But there's a constant. If you have a constant drip, it's just like these canals. You have water constantly flowing through the canal by displacement.
Well, I'd say water flows from higher to lower.
It doesn't need to have it. You do not need to have it.
No, but it is a fact that water does flow from higher to lower, mainly because of a pressure change, right?
No.
What?
The pressure has
Doesn't
to
need a
equalize, doesn't it? Because you can't have
No.
one part higher than another because of the
You're thinking
equalizing of
rivers,
the
which
pressure.
is completely different than these canal systems. These
No,
canal
I'm
systems are completely
talking
different.
about,
They literally irrigate all the farmland around me through canal systems. They constantly have weirs and locks and pumps and stuff like that because you have elevation changes. And in order to, you can't have water
Gary,
flow uphill, right?
Don't get upset, Gary. Right?
No, I don't know why you guys can't see this. It's so simple.
We're just talking about flow of water.
Okay, and you can cause flow through displacement. I just showed you with this mirror thing. If you keep the drops coming, it's going to displace that one drop. Now it's going to get wider. You're going to place another drop, and here it gets a little wider, and it's going to keep going until it reaches one of the edges.
Until
If that
it can
mirror's
find the
up,
change in elevation. Yes, Gary.
Yes,
well
but
done.
the difference is in the canal, you're controlled by actual sides. It's enclosed. It's measured. It's enclosed. Each section is level. You have different sections because you have different elevations.
Gary,
So what they'll do is when they build these canals, they have these big land movers
Gary.
that make these canal banks nice and level. The whole thing is nice and level. It keeps the water level.
Gary.
You control that by gates and pumps.
Gary, have you ever had in your hands a water level?
Yeah.
The tube.
Yes, I have.
Okay, now if you lift one end up, what happens to the water in the tube?
Okay, wonder if I drilled a hole in the top of the tube. I had it level and I just kept putting drips of water in. What would do it? Where would it go?
It would fill up to
Go
its
all in,
level,
right?
wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would build the water up, right?
Yeah, do you think that's a
Keeping it
flow?
all level. Keeping it all level. That's displacement. It's not going to just pile up the drops.
It's level though, isn't it? There's no flow, is there, Gary?
I mean, you're starting to sound like a glober. You're going to have a hump of
Is
water.
there any flow in the water level if you put one drip in one side of it?
Yes, it's going to displace the water. And it's all going to
that's
level
not
out.
a flow, is it? That's the
If
water
the water's moving,
leveling
that's a flow.
out, equalizing.
That's a flow.
That's an equalization of the water.
Okay, if it's moving from the center, it's flowing somewhere.
If it's not moving from the center, though, is it?
Oh, so you're piling up in a hump.
No, it's equalizing.
In other words, it's equal. How does it equalize? It equalizes
The
by
pressure.
what?
The pressure
Displacing?
equalizes,
No, it
Gary.
doesn't. Got nothing to do with pressure. It's just flow. It's just displacement. It's going to drop. A drop's going to drop in. It's going to displace water. It's going to reach all sides to keep it level. If you stop the drip, it's going to level all out.
We are agreed then that water will find its level to the point that one end is lower than the other end, and then that will cause flow of the water.
No, all it has to do is fill that section up, and then you open a gate, and that water displaces the water at the beginning of the next session, pushes it towards the other end because it's seeking its level. That creates the flow. It's displacement. It doesn't need a slope. You would flood all kinds of farmland if you had slope in that canal. You would constantly be having floods because it would overflow the far ends if they didn't control the gates properly. You would have constant problems. They're already having problems that they might have to reconfigure part of it because people have pumped too much water out of the ground, and certain parts of these aqueducts are now dropping down. And so it's overflowing. It has the potential to overflow in the middle of this section now because the middle of the section might be lower than the far end or the end where it's coming in. And so they're having
water will
problems with that.
flow to a lower point, right?
No, or it will just, if you have water coming into a bathtub, it's just going to flow all over in the bathtub until it fills up level, right?
Unless you open the plug.
Okay.
And then it will
filling up the
flow
bathtub.
out
But
of the bottom.
The water
Because
doesn't
water
pile
will
up
flow
underneath the faucet.
down, won't it? Because there's an opening.
Okay.
The pressure change
If
will
you have the
change.
plug in and water's coming in the faucet, what's going to happen to that
You
water?
just
Is it going
fill
to
the
just pile
fucking
up?
bath up. Like I'm
That's
pretty
right.
sure, Gary, we all know how to fill a bath up.
And that's exactly what it does with each section of the aqueduct when they pump water in, either going up in a level or letting it flow out.
Do
of
they
gate from
open the
previous
plug?
section.
Do they open the plug
No,
to
it
cause
just fills
water
up
to
that
flow?
section. It just keeps that section.
They just
as a
fill all the
constant flow
baths
because
up
it keeps
with
it up
the-
to a
and there's
certain
no
point
plug
so they can
holes.
open the gates and let the flow go.
Oh, so is
It
the
doesn't need
gate
any
is the
slope
gate like the
whatsoever.
plug hole, Gary?
No, the gate's not like a plug hole. No. The gates are at the
You
far
just
end.
said
It
that.
just controls
That
so
is-
it can't, it
Fucking
won't
hell,
overflow.
what's
They
going
open the
on?
gates.
Wow, man.
Okay, wait. If you guys can't understand that, if you think that you're going to overflow, you would overflow the
Did
whole
you just
damn
do a
thing.
you can't
Valley of
understand?
California.
Yeah.
You guys would overflow all of California with your idea of a big slope on it.
What are you
No
talking
one's,
about,
no
Gary?
one's saying there's a slope within the section. We
There's no
grant
slope in the section.
we grant that there's no slope in the section, Gary. What we're saying
Okay,
is
then
you listen. Let me talk for a second. Why don't you be quiet for a minute, and then
Okay,
I'll
don't
ask you
tell me
a
to be
question.
quiet.
And you
Just
can
ask me
verify.
politely, and I will be quiet. Don't start making commands of me here. Fuck you.
Wow. Look at
Man,
that.
angry.
Sorry, Gary.
The
Don't.
angry model.
No, because you guys all along through this argument have been saying you have to have a slope to get flow. Now you're saying, oh, you don't have a slope in each section.
We've not said
So you
slope.
just changed the whole argument.
No, we've not said slope. You seem to be
No,
misunderstanding
you guys
what we're
have said
saying.
slope. You guys have said you have to have a slope.
Let
to
me
flow.
try again. Let me try again, Gary. Let me try again. You have two sections of the aqueduct controlled by a gate in the middle of the two sections, yeah?
Yes.
One section is higher than the other. You admit that that happens because, as you said, it goes through hills, valleys, so on and so forth, yeah?
Yes.
You're with me.
Yes. Keep going.
The water in the higher section, there is no water in the lower section. There's only water in the first aqueduct section stopped by a gate, yeah?
Okay. If you're not letting water in on the far end at the beginning and it's just closed, everything's closed, the water will just sit there like a bathtub. Yes.
Correct. Now, the bathtub that is at the higher elevation, when you open the gate, will water...
You don't open gates at higher elevations. If you're changing, go up, you pump up.
I'm saying the water is at the higher elevation. The bathtub is at a higher elevation than the other bathtub, which is at a lower elevation.
Okay.
Follow?
Keep going.
You open the gate at the higher elevation, at the end of the higher elevation leading to the lower elevation that it doesn't have water. Now you open it. Is water flowing from the higher elevation aqueduct to the lower elevation aqueduct?
Of course it would be. Yes.
Thank you. That's all we were saying.
Okay. And then when it drops into that bottom section, what does it do?
It's
Does it just
going
pile up underneath there?
It's going to move. It's going to equalize to the other end until
Yes,
it
that's
reaches
displacement.
its level.
Find
That's
its
know-
own
I don't-
level
exactly
again.
what I've been talking about. Thank you.
I don't know if you know what displacement is.
Yes, it's when water comes in one part and it'll move water outward from that where the inlet is coming in.
Displacement
Just
is
like a
flow
river
of water.
just like a river coming into a lake. A river comes into the lake, it's flowing into the lake, and then you got a river. You usually, a lot of times, you have a creek or something on the far side where water overflows and goes downhill from there, right? It displaces. That water will displace. It'll keep moving unless you have a constant flow. The constant flow will keep the water moving. The constant flow inlet of water coming into one section will constantly push the water to fill up that section. But if you got gates on the far end, it'll keep the level the same because it's going down those gates. It's controlled in relation to how much water is coming in to control it so it doesn't overflow or doesn't get too low where you can't keep pumping because you have to have it at a certain level all the time.
Right, okay, now we've established that, right? Now, can we go back to what we're talking about here, which is the aqueduct that you say you know? Right, now when I asked initially, what do you think Ruhif wanted the surveyors to do? I asked, measure a slope, right? Because
and there is no slope.
You would say he's not looking for a slope.
I don't care what Ruhif is looking at. I'm saying how the thing actually works. You don't need a slope to make water
Ruhif
flow.
said uphill and downhill.
Yes, uphill is controlled by the section filling up, right?
No,
Goes to a
it's
certain
of
point.
the section.
You got pumps on the far end
Gary,
that pumps it up into a higher section.
Gary,
Bathtub, Gary.
of
the
the
bathtub.
section. He's talking about standing there with a theodolite and looking up the aqueduct and down the aqueduct. Right? Now, when he says up and down, do you agree with that?
Well, if it's going up, then the water will not move to the other end, right? It'll just fill up. It won't displace the same way. It'll fill up on this one end and overflow it before it ever gets to the other end.
Ruhif says that he expects there to be a drop in both directions.
Okay, well, there wouldn't be.
Right, so is there an up and is there a down? Or
no, you have each
they're
section
all
each
just
section
level,
has its own level.
are they?
Each section is level. And if you have to control, because you have all kinds of different elevation changes,
Okay.
you control it through sections.
Right, well,
Bump
that's
up to higher
that's-
sections.
We've got
gates
three
down to lower
different things
sections.
now. Okay. We've got three different things. You say it's level. Now, when you say level,
I say each section
Yeah.
is level.
what do you mean by level?
Each section level, horizontal,
Okay, straight,
straight.
with neither higher nor lower at either end.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
like a canal.
That's what. Yes, that's what it is. A canal.
Well, it's an aqueduct, isn't it?
It's a canal. It's just a big canal. That's all it is.
It does have flow in an
It
aqueduct.
has flow
and
by
it's a
displacement,
slope, yeah.
going up and down, water pumping in to a new section, or water falling down.
Okay,
into a new
whatever,
section.
right? So you say no change in elevation. Now Ruhif says it goes down from the horizontal in both directions, whether you're looking uphill or downhill. But I don't know why he would call one uphill and one downhill if he imagines that they're both down in both directions, right? And you say that there may be an uphill and a downhill, but you say that it's level, horizontal.
It's horizontal.
Okay. I don't know. I've never been
Just
there.
like
but I would
all
say
these canals-
because
we have
there
canals.
is a build and it has been built, they will know the elevations of all of the points along it.
They should, yes.
Yeah,
For each section, they should know the elevation of each section
that's good.
because it determines if the next section is higher. They have to pump water up through pumps.
Brilliant. So there
and
is a
pipes
way
into
for
the
us
next
to
section.
determine the truth of the matter here, isn't there?
I would
Of
think
how
so.
the water manages to get to California, is it?
Yeah, it goes from Northern California to Southern California.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
It's
so
long. It's a gigantic thing.
gigantic. How long?
Yes,
About
it's very long. Well over 1,000 miles, I would say. I mean, you got from Northern California. I don't know how far south it goes. I know it goes down past LA.
What's the
It goes
elevation
all the way up to
changes
Northern
of it?
California. Yes, there's all kinds of elevation changes.
But what are they? What's
That's
the
why you have
highest
to-
point?
Well, it would be coming out of a dam somewhere up. I think it starts at Lake Shasta on Mount Shasta. For the majority of, not all the water comes from there, but a lot of the water comes from there.
From the high point,
And from that area, there's other dams up there too.
because the water flows from downhill.
But yes, they
it's
will
handy
release
that it
water
starts
just like
up at
that.
the top,
Just
isn't
like
it?
it. Yeah, just like a canal will release water out a gate into a lower section, same way. And they've dammed all those, and they control those things the same way. That we have dams all over these rivers to create electricity and to control the flow, so we don't have flooding like we used to have.
Yeah, we have
you
it.
know, hundreds of years
We have
ago.
a canal here, right? The
Mhm.
bit that I'm on's 27 miles between locks,
Mhm.
right?
Well, then you probably have fairly flat land there.
And it goes over the Pennines to go from from the west to the east, right across the UK. So it goes over the mountains. So there is
it's
a
pumped up,
higher
right?
spot, right? And that's where
Yeah.
they have to fill it. Because water
Yeah, they pump it.
always flows down.
It displaces away from its source.
Goes
It can
downhill.
either flow down if it's a slope like a river in many places, or it can just simply be displaced, moving like filling up a bathtub. And then when it gets to a certain level, it flows over gates to
Because
keep
it would be like
controlled.
if in the mountains, if it rains in the mountains, the water would flow down and then it would get to a point where it starts flooding, right? Because of the
Or it's
water
caught in-
coming downhill a lot, right? A lot of
Yes,
it.
or it's caught in the lakes.
Mm-hmm. And if they
And then it's
can't
released
get
from
rid
there.
of the water quick enough, then
you
it,
have
it
flood.
piles up, right? Until it can
Yes.
go down to usually the ocean, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Flows down.
If you have a
Unless
slope
it
down,
finds
it'll
its
flow down.
level
Yes.
along some way. In which point it'll
Yes,
keep
and that's
filling
how it
up
does
there.
it with all these sections in the canal. It fills up the section, releases water into another section. If it's lower, it goes through a gate into a lower section.
Yep.
Which moves the water forward in that section to the other end until it fills it up and all equal out. And then it either pump up into a higher section or drop down in another lower section. Or if you got a long stretch of
Law of
farmland where it's
communicating
relatively flat,
vessels.
it'll just keep moving that water down to the other end by displacement.
Law of
Because
communicating
water can't
vessels.
pile on itself. It has to move somewhere. If water's coming in one end, it has to move out. And if it's controlled in the canal by sides and they're all kind of equal, it's just like a V-shaped wall. And it just moves down there, and that's what causes the flow. Displacement coming in one end, which moves the water in all directions going towards the far end till it fills up its level.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't need a slope. I swear, if you had a slope, you would end up causing all kinds of flooding. Because that water would just flow too fast. They wouldn't be able to control it fast enough. Because they have to slow the water down here and there anyhow, just to keep depending on how much water is going out for irrigation and all that kind of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and how much cities are taking and all that kind of stuff. So they're constantly controlling these gates and pumps to keep the water flowing at a certain rate without overflowing it, and they control that by the gates and pumps for changes of elevation.
Yeah.
You don't need a slope. It's not a river. You don't need a slope. You just need to adjust for elevation changes. That's all. And that's through a pump or a gate. It's all kinds of different sections. They're all different elevations. You can literally watch it going through the hills up here like I just went by. You can see the dams, and the water might drop quite a ways down, pushes that water forward in that next section down below to the next section where it might go up again, and they'll have pumps on the end of that section pumping the water up. But those guys are under constant supervision,
Repeating
constantly
himself
watching these
like
gates.
It's on the script.
Hello, Gary. You did
No, it's
just
because
say
I've had this argument before.
you did just say it's not a river, didn't you?
That it's not a river.
Right, and a river is water,
Yes.
and a river does need a change in elevation to flow.
Yes.
So the water needs a change in elevation to flow.
No, it doesn't need a change in elevation. It just needs to drop into another section through a gate and displace, moving it forward towards the far
So
end.
you're
because
back
it's
to the
filling up
canal when I'm
filling up
talking
the
about a
section of
river.
bathtub.
So
It's not a
you're back
river.
to
A river will just
you're
flow here and there unless you control it,
talking about
which
the
we've
flow of
controlled with
water.
dams.
This is hard work, Gary.
This
Done.
isn't hard. You can't have a
It's
flow. If you
hard
have a flow,
work to
then you
listen
got.
to you arguing something.
If you,
I don't even know what you're trying to argue. It's one of those really strange things.
you guys were saying it needs a slope to flow.
No,
It doesn't.
no, we were saying what the fuck was Ruhif after? How
I heard
the
a couple of you
fuck
guys-
would
I
you
heard several
measure
of you
it,
guys
Gary?
say-
Come on.
I'll go back and listen to the program. I heard several of you guys saying that you have to have a slope to flow. Even this guy right now is telling you have to have a slope to flow.
No, we were
The guy that was just
talking about
talking.
how you would measure the slope.
You're not going to measure a slope. There is none.
What? How you would measure a slope?
I don't know how Ruhif would do it, but you're not
How
going to
would
measure a slope
you
on this
do it,
aqueduct.
Gary?
I don't measure those things. I just know they
How
have sections.
would
and they're
you
all flat.
measure a slope?
Okay, tell me how you would measure a slope, Bev.
You'd obviously measure a slope by seeing where water flows.
That water flowing doesn't mean there's a slope.
If you don't have water flowing, you establish a level. If you change that, you have a slope. You know where the established horizontal is, so you move one of them in relation to the horizontal. You therefore establish a slope, Gary. Do you understand what a water
Bev.
level does and how water flows?
So you're back to saying there's a slope in the canal.
I'm not so sure you're with us, Gary. I think
No, you're
lost
saying the
again.
water flows because of a slope. There's no slope.
No, I said you can establish the horizontal. From that horizontal, you can measure a slope. Can't you?
You tell me. If there's a slope, then your water's flowing down a slope, right?
If water's
Now,
flowing,
might, or whoever
Gary,
measured it before,
Gary,
they
if
might have a
water's
problem with
flowing,
the
there
fact that the
is a
water's
slope.
displacing, causing a different level, while the water's pushing. You could have a slightly different higher end, but it would actually have to be up maybe a little bit, not down, because the water would be pushing towards the other end. You would actually have to have the down, what you think is downhill, would actually have to have a little uphill slope because of the water being displaced, being pushed from the other end.
Or did you say uphill?
If water's coming in one end and not being released out the other, it's displacing that water, pushing it out towards
one end, Gary. What are you talking about?
That's what the canal is doing. That's what the canal is doing.
No, it's not. If the locks are shut,
oh my God,
then there is no flow in a canal. Maybe you're thinking about an aqueduct actually flowing water, but we're not talking about that, are we? We're talking about the canal, aren't we? Or are we talking?
The canal is an aqueduct. The canal's out here. That's how everybody irrigates
canal's
out
a
of
canal.
canals.
I'm thinking of the canal
they
down the
irrigate
road
out of canals
here.
and ditches, and it's all caused by water displacement.
No, I'm talking about an actual
They have changes
canal,
of elevation in the canals
Gary.
themselves here. Just the irrigation canals have changes of elevation. They use weirs or pumps.
Well, we have locks in the old traditional
Same,
canal.
I'm sure that's the same idea.
With boats in them. Yeah? Canal
Yeah, same
barges.
idea. We used to swim off the weirs. It was like a little waterfall.
No,
when I was a
these
kid.
are actual locks, Gary, with big wooden doors.
Yeah, we have locks. The water sometimes doesn't flow. If they shut off the flow, the water will in each section will just level out and be smooth if there's no wind. Because sometimes they shut the water flow. And then when everybody's irrigating, the water starts flowing again because it has to supply each person at wherever section they're in. And they do that
I think we've got a really weird understanding of what you think a canal is. And
there's canals everywhere here. That's how they do it.
Yeah.
Okay. There's no going nowhere. There's no slope in this aqueduct. It flows by displacement through gates and pumps at the other ends of each section. You don't need any downhill whatsoever.
I have a question. If they are opening these gates, the water is flowing down?
If the elevation changes, and let's say it's coming out of the hills and going down towards the valley, they'll have all these sections where each section then will drop some water through the gates into the next section, which pushes that water towards the far end and drops down into the next section through a gate. It'll keep each section. That's like let's say I took a bunch of bathtubs and I put one up high, one a little bit lower, one a little bit lower.
What's the obsession with bathtubs?
Put a little hole in there to keep the level of the water in the first tub. As water's coming in, pumping into that top tub, it's going to come out the little hole, go into the next tub, drop below, push it to that level in the hole in the next tub, which it'll overflow down in the one lower in the next one until it fills it up, right? It's the same kind of thing with the canals. It's controlled by that, but each tub is level. Each section is level.
So what I can recognize from what you are saying, that if they are opening these gates, the water is flowing down. So it is, for me, this is slope, rapid slope. Maybe
No,
very
it's just a hole.
Even
Just a hole. It's
vertical
like
slope.
drilling a hole in a bathtub. The water will come through until it drops below the hole. Same thing.
But opening gates, it means that water is flowing down, because for flowing up,
Because it's overflowing. It's over the top of the gate. The water's going to come out, and it's going to fill the next section until it reaches its level and can come out its gate or be pumped up, depending on if it's going up or down in the next section following. It's not flowing because of a slope. It's just literally water being displaced from section to section by releasing some water from this one, goes into this one until it reaches a certain level, then goes into the next one until it reaches a certain level, goes to the next one until it reaches, and they keep that flow going that way. It just keeps moving water by displacement through all the various sections.
Gary,
Goes
you
down,
remember my
Gary.
example on the mirror?
It's not going down.
Gary,
It's dropping from one section into another through a hole.
Gary.
Once
Yes,
it fills up the
dropping.
first section, it'll drop into the next one. When they release that, when they open the gate,
Drop,
it's like
dropping. So
it's like having a plug in the side of your tub, not
Gary.
on the bottom, but in the side.
My example, the mirror. Remember?
Yes.
You drop enough water on the mirror until it domes up over the surface of the mirror. It's
Which is exactly what the canal does.
It virtually at the edges of the mirror. You keep adding drops, and that dome of water is edging towards the edges of the mirror.
Yes.
What happens when it reaches the edges of the mirror?
It'll do exactly
what
like my
happens-
example with the tubs.
What happens with
It'll
that
drop
water?
into the next section. It'll
What
drop into the next
happens-
section until it fills that one up and drops off
The
it.
surface
Same with what I just
tension
told you.
the
You're basically
surface
describing what I just
tension
told you.
of the water is released, and then there is a change of elevation available to the water. It takes the change in elevation because the surface tension has been exceeded by the volume of water on the mirror.
No, until the volume. Okay, in the canal, you have the sides. You don't have a flat mirror where it's going to overflow any side.
Gary, this
you
is
have the
this is
flat.
pointless.
You
need
no.
a change
You're
in
basically
elevation
describing
or
exactly what
flow.
I'm saying. It's going to keep flowing until to the other end, and your flat mirror can go to any end. It's not. It doesn't have a direction because it's not. It doesn't have a V directing it towards another end. You have just a flat mirror. If you had put sides on, what would that drip do? If you kept dripping, it would overflow one of the sides, right? But if let's say you drilled a hole and that when it got to the top of the one side or to all sides, you drill a hole in one of those sides in the center, what will it do? It will flow out into and let's say you put another section like that, just like it below that one. It'll flow into that until it does the same thing. It'll push the water to all sides if it's in a container, which is what the canal is. It's in a container.
Okay, so change the axis of the mirror. Take it off the horizontal. Tilt it in one direction slightly. Give it a change in elevation in the horizontalness of that mirror. The water takes that direction because it needs that change in elevation. If it doesn't have the change in elevation, it will pool in the center of the mirror until the surface tension reaches the point where it finds that change in elevation.
And if you had sides on that little square mirror, it would fill it up like a tub, right? Right?
Who have you
It
been
would displace the
talking
water
to
in all
about this,
directions and fill
Gary?
it up like a tub. This is very simple.
You're obsessed with tubs.
Yeah.
No, because that's basically what this whole canal thing is. It's a series of tubs.
It's not. There's no
It
plug.
is.
There's no plug hole.
It is. It literally is. That's why you can drive along it. You can see all the elevation, the water,
Gary,
the
this is
water
really
height,
funny.
and it's always the same. It basically is the same everywhere you look in that canal.
This is really funny because all of this is you getting away from the question that Bev has asked you. That's all it is.
Yeah, he thinks there's a slope and there's not. There's no slope.
No. The question Bev has asked you is about measuring.
And he thinks the water can only flow out the other end if it's
And
sloped.
regards Ruhif.
And Ruhif thinks it has to be sloped too.
And why can't you answer that question?
Because it doesn't have to be sloped. I've told you that already how many times? Do I need to repeat it again?
It's not about whether it needs, it's about the action of measuring.
Okay, you're not going to measure a slope
How
on it.
would you do it?
You're not going to do it. There's no slope. It's
It's
just like a
about
bathtub.
pressure change.
Not about pressure change.
It
It's
is
level change.
absolutely
Level change.
about pressure change.
Has nothing to do with pressure.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
No, I could fill up a section past the gate, over the gates, release the gates, and it'll drop down below the gates if there's no water coming in the other end. That's all it'll do.
Drop
And
down.
it'll
Yes,
create a
drop.
suction as it's dropping out the gate. It actually creates a suction pulling the water from the other end, which is also another way it flows.
Hey, Gary, did I just hear you say
It's
that
like having
water?
a siphon almost.
Hey, did I hear you say that water doesn't slope has nothing to do with water flow? Did you say that?
No, it has nothing to do with water flow in the canal. Big difference.
Are you auditioning, Gary, for anything?
No, are you, Bev?
Absolutely not. I was just talking about
you- or are
Ruhif
you
and how
just-
Ruhif was trying to get surveyors to do something that was ridiculous. And you've come in, I don't know,
No.
trying
he
to
thinks there's
say
a
that
slope. I'm
water
telling the
doesn't
opposite.
go downhill to flow
Water
down.
will fill its container until it gets released on the side by a gate or pumped up out of it on the other end by a
at the
pump
lowest
into a new
point,
section.
right? And it will flow.
No, the lowest point. It's just the far end. It's like the tub. It's just going to have a pump on the far end and you're going to have a level change at the next section. It's either going to go up or down. If it goes down, it's going to drop through
I
gates.
think
If it
you're
goes up,
talking
it's gonna be
about something
pumped and pumped.
specific, and we're talking about just water in general, right?
You were talking about the California Aqueduct.
We was talking about Ruhif trying
Yes,
to
and he was
employ
talking about the
somebody to
California
measure
Aqueduct.
something.
He's trying to measure a slope, and I'm telling you, there's no slope.
Who? Ruhif's trying to measure a slope. No, Ruhif is in
Yes.
Australia. He's trying to hire a surveyor. What
Yes.
is he asking the surveyor to do, Gary?
He wants to say there's a slope on the other end because it's the only way he thinks water can flow.
Both directions, Gary.
The water will flow whatever direction the water coming in from the inlet, it'll flow
Ruhif,
the opposite direction.
Ruhif says there is a downwards in both directions, Gary.
Well, if you have that, you would have overflow and you would flood all the farmland. It's impossible.
You would have to have uphill water and downhill water, Gary.
Except for his downhill water would be in the center of a section. If he thinks the water is going to go up at each
Water
end.
only goes downhill, doesn't it, Gary? Unless
No,
it's
water
pumped.
can have a level bathtub and put water in it, and will it go downhill? No. It's just going to be displaced and fill up to level until you shut off the water, and then it'll calm
The
down
water
and be
goes
at its
down
level.
out of the tap, does it not?
Okay, that's not the same thing.
Yeah, that's the water flowing, isn't it?
No, we're talking about the water in the tub.
No, the water is flowing into the tub that changes the
Okay.
level in the tub.
And does
Gary.
it just pile up underneath the faucet, or does it move out to all sides?
Hey, Gary, when you're going to
That's
empty your
displacement,
bath,
you know. That's what displacement is. That is a flow.
hey, Gary, when you pull the plug hole in your bath, where's the water going to go?
When I do what?
When you pull the plug hole in your bath, your tub, the plug hole at the bottom of your tub, where's the water going to go?
It's going to fill the tub if I plug the tub.
No, the tub at the bottom of your bath. When you pull it, when you're finished having a bath, when you pull the plug, where does the water go?
It's going to go down.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the same way when it fills up a section of the canal and you open the gate at the other end. What is it going to do?
Flows
So tell
downhill.
me, when does water
It's going to
stop
create a
flowing?
flow because the gate is lower than the level of the water. So
Absolutely.
it's going to create a flow into the next section,
Yeah,
which is going
water
to push the
goes
water
down,
out towards the
Gary.
far end
Yes.
until it fills that
Gary,
one up.
water goes downhill. When does water stop flowing, Gary? When does water stop flowing?
Water stops flowing when there's no more water coming in to cause the flow.
Sea level.
No, that can happen in just a low section. We have rivers here all the time that part of it will have water part in the summer and part of it won't. A little higher section is going to go dry.
You're talking
but
about
water
the
stops flowing
California
sea level.
aqueduct, right? Right,
Yes, the
Gary?
California Aqueduct is just literally sections. It's like a
Okay,
bunch of
check.
bathtubs in a row.
Yeah, I hear you, and I get what you're saying, but let's see if we're on the same page here. You're saying a bathtub fills, right? And
You
then
have
you
water
open one
coming
side
in,
and the
it'll
water
fill.
flows to the other bathtub, right?
If it when it gets up, let's say I just drill a hole in the side of the tub, in the
Peas in
far
with
end of the tub.
bathtubs.
Okay, because that's exactly
I hear where I
it
want
works the same way.
I hear what you're saying. So you open one side, the water flows to the other bathtub, right?
It's going to fill that bathtub. If you have a hole on the other end, it starts going above the level of the hole, right? Because you have water constantly flowing in. Now it goes. We'll call that a gate, but we'll just say a hole or a gate. And let's say you have another bathtub that's lower than it, following behind it. It's going to fill that tub up,
level
right?
change causing the water to flow. I got that. Now,
yes,
in the aqueduct, right, system, there's canals, right?
No, there's sections. It's all
sections
it's
of canals.
all one big
How
canal.
do you envision the water flowing there?
By water displacement into each section. Each section, they have all kinds of different levels.
No way,
it goes
bro.
up, it goes down. It goes up,
That's
it goes.
where you falter, right
okay,
there.
I live here. I just drove by miles and miles of it. They literally have dams and sections.
Gary, I just read up on it. There's a slope there.
I
bro.
live here.
Bro, there's no way that in between the locks, there's no way that water can flow, because if you're saying by pressure, it's gonna overflow at the banks, bro.
No, it'll overflow if you have a slope.
That's what we're saying. There has to be a slope there. That's what I'm telling you.
You would overflow. If you had a slope, you would overflow sections because you wouldn't be able to release it fast enough. The water would flow too fast to the other end. You wouldn't be able to release it fast out the other ends. No. There's no slope. It's just
in the locks,
sections.
In the locks, it could be done, right? It could be done.
That's exactly what this is like.
Not free flowing in the canal. There's no way
it's
you're gonna have
free. It's not free flowing.
What's going on here?
It's not free flowing. This canal is loaded with sections. It literally has
How
dams
do we get
on
this
it.
far into this?
Gary, you're surprising me, bro. Usually,
no, because you guys think there has to be a slope to flow. There doesn't have to be a slope to flow.
There absolutely has to, bro. There's no way water is gonna flow freely without a slope. Get that out of your head, bro.
It absolutely will if you have gates and pumps on each end of the section going into a section that's either lower or higher.
In the
because
gates,
then the water pumped into the next section or falling into the next section pushes the water towards the far end because it's filling up towards level.
Yes, in the gates,
that's
you
flow.
can do it.
Displacement is flow, but it's not a slope
in the
causing
canal,
the flow.
bro.
Yes,
Bro,
in the canal.
Look what I posted. Look from your own thing. Look, read it.
Okay, I just literally drove by it.
Read what it says, bro.
Yes, it's got. I don't know. I'm not in that part. I'll look at it later. If you got it in the Discord, I'll look at it later. Go read it.
What is the slope of the California aqueduct? Question mark.
There is no slope.
Well, you want to hear the answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The shrinking of the land near major canals, however, complicates an otherwise rosy water outlook. Subsidence
what I said
as the
earlier.
sinking is called skews the canal's precision engineering, which is designed to slope downward at a 1/2 foot per mile.
It's not sloping, and the reason
Bro, I
that
just read
displacement.
it to you, bro.
I know.
It's designed, Gary.
I know all this
Gary.
stuff, I literally
Gary.
have family in farming who's
Gary.
having problems with this land sinking.
Gary, he's just read it out. It says
I
it's
don't care.
designed.
Okay. They said we
to
landed
slope.
on the moon too. Do you believe that?
It's designed
Do you believe we landed on
to
the moon?
slope
That's what they all tell us.
downwards.
Harry, something's up with you today, man. This is not
No,
you.
it's not
Take
slope.
a deep breath,
You would
bro.
flood. You would flood, including those low places you just talked about where the land's sinking.
It says
you would flood all that.
1/2 foot per mile. That's 6 inches.
Yes, except for it wouldn't be able to go up past that. It would pile up in that part and overflow the sides.
They only designed 6 inches per mile.
No, they don't even need a slope. I'm telling you, it's just level sections. You can literally see it when you're on them.
6
They're all
inches per
flat.
mile
Each
is a
section
good
is
number,
flat.
though, isn't it, Gary?
You would overflow the water on the other end.
Do you not think
Or
6
in
inches
a
per
sinking
mile
part,
is a
you would
good
overflow the
slope?
water. If you
You
have
gotta
slopes,
think
you would
this
have the
through,
water
bro.
running
You
way
gotta
too
think this through.
fast. No, I have thought it through. I live right next to the damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 20 minutes from the closest part to me right now. I literally just drove up to Northern California through miles of this stuff, going in and out of
Next
the
time you
hills.
see an engineer there, just ask him, bro. Next time you see a crew there, ask him. That's it.
6 inches per mile slope.
Yeah, Gary.
Okay, I'm telling you, there's no slope. It's literally sections of bathtub.
Listen,
And they just
Gary.
control it by
Listen.
gates and
6 inches per mile slope. Slope is worked out by horizontal run and the rise of vertical distance. So that's 1 mile horizontal and 6 inches vertical. Gary,
So you
that's
don't
good,
believe
isn't
horizontal is
it?
horizontal.
That's good, isn't it? Gary,
You guys don't believe. No, you would overflow the other ends. One little gate not open properly at the right time, you would overflow the other end of a
it
section.
said it's designed to be like that slope, Gary. Designed with
No,
a 6
you don't need a
inches
slope.
per
I'm telling
mile.
you don't need a slope. None of these canals around here are
I don't
sloped.
think you're quite hearing
We have
us,
canals
Gary.
literally everywhere on the farmland.
Hello,
out here.
Gary.
That's how they irrigate everything.
Hello, Gary.
They're not sloped. They're controlled by gates and
Are you
pumps.
auditioning
Oh,
for something, Gary?
even the irrigation canals.
Gary, you're on the bridge right now, bro. You're on the bridge of
No, I'm
acid,
not on the
bro.
bridge.
Cut it
No,
out, bro.
I know how this works. I've seen it.
You're
I
too
go right by
smart,
it.
bro. I heard you before. You're too smart for this, man. Cut it
No,
out.
I know they
Gary.
don't. I know
You're
they
gonna
don't need a
regret
slope.
it tomorrow, man. I'm telling
Oh
you.
no, I won't. No, I will not regret it. I know how this works. I see the canals. I see the ditches. I see how this all works out here because they level the farmland. I know how it works, and it's literally by displacement. Water
But
coming in
Gary-
one end will push the water away from it and
Gary,
going
you
towards
want-
another end, especially if it's
Maybe if
controlled
you
in
say
a
it one more time over the top of someone, we'll trust you more.
Okay, who's this?
You wouldn't see
This
one
is
half foot
Rakia.
per
Listen to
mile,
you
Gary.
Okay,
overtalk
Rakia,
everyone.
you can literally
you're-
Rakia. I hear you doing the same thing, and you can shove it up your rear end.
Gary, can
What
I
are you
just
talking
add
about?
it?
The
Because
first time I open my mic, you tell me to shove it up my
And
rear.
you come in here and tell me
You're
I'm an ass.
talking
preaching.
about
You're
logic
preaching. You're
night,
not
guys.
No, I am teaching. I'm not preaching. I see it. I just
Gary.
literally drove by miles of this
Gary,
shit.
this is logic
It's all
night.
sections.
Yeah. Can we just work
Well,
through
you're
it?
not
Like,
using
can-
yours.
Gary,
You know what?
Gary, please.
No,
I
Rakia
know-
thinks I should leave.
I know
think.
you're
You
not
guys-
into
I'll
logic
listen to
too
you.
much.
I think
Gary.
you should
No, I'm into
shut
logic, and I
up
know that
for
you
a
don't need a slope.
Can
Okay.
you
Okay,
shut
shut
up
up your
while other
mouth,
people
Rakia.
talk? That's all Rakia
Rakia.
was trying to tell you. Shut up while other people talk, especially Bev. That's what
Yeah.
I'm telling you. You sound ridiculous talking over everyone.
And this is coming from Rakia?
Yes.
Yeah, he
The
just
first
said it.
time I opened my mouth, I just told you, you sound ridiculous. Like you can't control yourself.
Have you ever heard yourself? I'm on your side most of the time, but have you ever heard yourself?
Do you hear me
Oh,
now?
come
Everything
on,
I do
Gary.
is very.
Yes, I hear you being an
Can
ass.
we
Hey, I'm
get
gonna
back
go.
to the
You guys are
logic
all
instead of the
upset.
little bickering
No,
sort
the
of
logic
session
is
that
you
Gary's
don't
going
need
to
a
have?
slope. Either that or
Super
you believe in a
triggered.
curved earth and that everything's sloping down a curve somewhere. That's what you guys seem to believe in.
Gary, please let me work
I think
through
you guys
this
are right there next to the
logically.
globies.
Gary,
I am thinking logically.
right? No, well, let's work through this logically, right? It says that I mean, forget about how triggered you are, right? But it says, this says that it is designed to slope downward at 1/2 foot per mile. The design of this thing that you're talking about. Now, do you understand what 6 inches per mile means with a slope?
How much would that be over thousands of miles? Or over
No,
1,000
over
miles?
1 mile, because that's
So you
what it says
literally
it's
think
designed
it's going
to.
down a half a foot every
At
mile
1
for
mile.
1,000 miles.
Right.
You guys believe in a ball. You guys
No,
believe in this
no,
ball.
no. Slope
Yeah.
of the water, Gary.
How would it constantly slope 1,000 miles unless you got a ball?
It's 6 inches
6
per
inches.
mile.
Okay, half a foot a mile for
Yeah,
1,000 miles.
one-
And you think it's a
1
you think
mile
that-
horizontal distance and 6 inches vertical change, Gary.
There is no vertical change. The vertical change comes with
If
the next
there is a
section.
slope of 6 inches in a mile, yes, there is a vertical change of 6 inches, strangely enough,
And
over
so-
a
and then
mile.
you think there is in the next section.
That's what
and in
the
the next
slope
section,
means,
You guys
Gary.
believe in a ball. You guys
No.
believe in a ball. Yeah. You don't
No,
believe in a
that's
flat
a
earth,
slope,
right?
Gary.
So you have a constant slope.
Yes.
How does that work on a flat earth?
It's designed to have that slope.
So it's constantly flowing downhill for 1,000 miles.
That's what it
Even though
says.
it's not
It's
flowing towards the ocean.
designed to go downhill, yes.
It's not going downhill. It's either being pumped. Many places it's pumped uphill. You know how many
There's
pumps that you see
section where
going
it's
uphill?
pumped out 1,000
No,
feet.
there's numerous.
Up mountains,
There's
down. That's not what
numerous
we're talking
sections. There's
about.
at least a dozen sections where it's pumped up.
Yeah,
This
but
is-
the free flowing water, Gary.
Can I point
Not
out
free flowing.
again,
They control
Gary?
sections. They
Gary,
control the sections. It's not
Gary.
free flowing.
Gary. Hello. 6 inches over a mile. Does that number add up to anything in your mind?
Over 1,000. Over
No,
1,000
over
miles. You better
one
believe it does.
fucking mile.
Except for the canal is 1,000 plus miles.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to tell everybody it slants down 6 inches every mile.
No, it says
And
there's
you got
a slope
1,000
of
miles.
6
So
inches
you got a
every
constant
mile.
downhill. You're
Yeah.
basically a glober.
No, globers
Yeah.
have a bigger slope than what they fucking designed the thing for, you dickhead. That's just a linear slope
I don't think you're any
of the
different than they are,
water.
Dev.
No, globers
don't
have
think
a
you're any
quadratic fucking function, Gary.
Okay, you don't need any slope whatsoever to create the
It
flow.
says
in these
it's
canals.
fucking designed with a slope.
Okay, well, these same kind of people believe
But they
that the
didn't
Earth
have
is
a big
curved.
enough slope
These
for
same
the
people
globe
believe
model,
we flew
did
to
they,
the
Gary?
moon.
Can
These
you
same
not
people
logic
believe
that
we're on a
shit?
globe.
You're so fucking caught up in it. You can't see
I'm not caught up in
that
it.
the
You're caught up in
designed
your
numbers
idea.
don't
Nobody can
fit
contradict
the
Bev.
globe model,
Because Bev is
Gary.
always right about everything. Nobody hardly I have never heard any of you
Are
guys
you
contradict
purposely trying to
are you
interrupt
like the
so
cult
people can't
leader?
hear
I
this?
think you're like the cult leader.
You sound
Are
like
you a
a
cult leader?
Flat Earth Society
Bev.
member here, Gary. You don't like
No,
this
I'm not a
information
Flat Earth
getting
Society
out.
member. We're not moving upward and
What's
creating a
going
form
on
of
here,
gravity.
guys?
Well, you believe we got a constant slope for 1,000 miles to create a water flow.
No, I said that says it's designed to slope. That's
Because
what it
these
says
people
in
think
that
that the
fucking
Earth is
article,
curved.
Gary.
Okay. Hey, I'm gonna go. It's a waste
Yeah.
of time with you. Yeah.
It's a good idea, Gary.
Yeah. You have a nice day.
Yeah. I don't think your audition went well, but
Well, I don't think you did well yourself.
mm-hmm.
Rakia
Well
definitely
done.
didn't.
Logic night, Gary. Well done.
Yeah.
We can just
Well,
discuss
Montreal
it
is at
now,
least
Gary.
reasonable.
All right.
Montreal's at
miles.
least reasonable. He can keep us calm.
Gary, the aqueduct is
he's wrong on this
400
one.
miles, not 1,000.
No, it's way more than that because I just drove up about 400 miles and it goes clear up into Northern California. I didn't go to south. It goes all the way into LA and past. California's a long state.
Gary knows about this. Don't
California's a long state.
No,
We're
there's
not
no
short.
slope on it at all, is there, Gary?
No. It's uphill a slope when they pump water up a hill into a higher section. Is that a slope?
Is LA below the Sierra Nevadas? Just out of curiosity.
LA, you got to go over the Grapevine, the Tehachapi Mountains. It's pumped over those.
Where does the water flow from to begin with? What's the source of the water?
Clear up in Northern California, probably at Lake Shasta, and and other dams around that
Shasta
area.
being a mountain range? Is Shasta a mountain range?
Yes, Shasta's a mountain range.
So would that be
melt.
higher than the would the mountain range be higher than the aqueduct?
Yes, it would be.
Thanks.
And the water goes into a dam where they release it at
Can't see it.
certain rates.
Gary, are you
Drop
going?
it into
Are you
another
going yet?
level, and when it's always controlled by other dams, and it just keeps going until it reaches like the parts of it goes into the aqueduct. Not all of it goes into the aqueduct. Part of it goes in the aqueduct, and then you got other sources of water also from other lakes that goes into it. It comes clear from Northern California, clear to Southern California.
From the high part to the low part.
Okay, so you're saying it just is a constant slope down from Shasta down to the LA.
I didn't say that, Gary. I didn't say
Well,
that.
that's what you're implying.
I just said
That's what you're implying.
it starts high. It starts high and ends low.
Okay, and then it also goes up in quite a few different sections. I think about 12 sections. I don't remember exactly. Where they have to pump the water up because it's...
Yes, bathtubs overflow. But it has to start higher and end lower.
Yes.
Great. Are
No, it
we
doesn't-
done?
Actually,
I don't
it
know
doesn't
what
have
we're
to end up
doing here.
lower.
We've
They
been
can fill up
been
lakes
going
in the
over this
mountains
all
with
the time.
too. I think they
Are
actually
you
take
out of
some
your
of the,
fucking mind? It
they actually
has to
take some
start
of this
lower,
water and
higher.
put it into
It
a lake
has to
up in
start higher.
the Tehachapi's there for LA storage. So part of it goes into that. And part of it goes down farther for irrigation for the farmers down there because you've got still quite a few farms in Southern California.
The farmers down? The farmers are down.
Not all
Down
of them.
there.
Some of them are higher because this thing
Below.
changed. You've got farmers up in the hills.
Gary, what are you
They're getting
doing?
water from the aqueduct.
Is
which
this
goes
because
up at those
Alec's
points.
done uphill rivers? You sort of lay in the bedrock for him to.
No, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Who
he thinks
doesn't
everything
know
has
what
to
he's
constantly flow
talking about?
downhill. It doesn't.
Sounds like you're
The guy who
arguing
was just
something
the
that
guy who was
isn't
just
there.
yapping. The guy who was just yapping. You don't need any slope whatsoever. You can create
Water
the flow
goes
through gates and
downhill,
pumps.
Gary.
Water flows to a lowest point. So if you fill up the bathtub and open the hole on the other end, and you overflow, and it's over the hole, the water will flow out that hole till it drops below the hole, right? Unless there's a constant inflow of water
flow
from the other
down,
end.
right? It won't
Yes,
flow
to the
up,
next
will it,
section and
Gary?
fill it up.
Gary, it
Just
won't
like a
flow
lake
up,
fills
will
up
it?
with water from the mountains.
It
and then
won't
it flows out of the river when that
flow
overflows.
up, will it, Gary?
No, it'll just go
Ever.
to the other section.
No.
And if they
It
have to go up an
only
elevation to another
flows
section, like going to the
down,
hills,
Gary,
they
yes.
pumped it up.
Well done.
Oh,
Now
you think the water?
we've
You
got
think that
that
it's constant
established.
flow
Well
down?
done.
You think it's a constant flow down from Northern California to Southern California? And I'm sorry, you're just wrong.
Mm-hmm.
There's all kinds of elevation changes, all kinds of sections. That's how they work it.
Yeah,
Just
water
all
always
it is,
starts
water
high
displaces
and
water.
ends
Wa-
low.
When you have an inlet into a lake, the snow melt running into a lake, it has an inlet usually. There's a river.
What's up with you,
flowing
Gary?
in, sometimes a couple of little rivers flowing into a lake, and it just displaces the water and keeps it moving up until it flows out another end, where they usually have a little river out the other end if it's not a closed-in lake.
This is
right?
amazing, Gary. I don't know what you're doing.
No, I do.
Are you
know what I'm
you
doing.
okay?
I'm fine. Are you, Bev?
Yeah.
The snow melt is making the lake rise and gain elevation until it finds an outflow and then flows, because that part is lower elevation, Gary.
Yes, and it does the same thing with all the various sections because they're at
That's
various elevation levels.
higher
So when it
elevation to lower
when it gets
elevation.
higher than the gates and the other one, they release it into a section that's lower, and it displaces that water at that end, pushing it towards the other end because it's going to fill up to its level, right?
Congratulations.
And the other
you
end,
just
they might have a
explained-
pump if it goes up on the
I
other
think
end,
he's
or
got
they might have
triggered
a.
because of
me.
this.
Forget
I
it.
promise
You guys
you're
are not
gonna
getting it.
Yeah, see you later, Gary.
Yeah, see you later.
Goodbye.
That's still higher elevation to
Yeah.
lower elevation.
Yeah,
what
go on.
you're describing.
See you
Why
later,
are you still
Gary.
able to talk to me as you're leaving?
No, it's just
I wanna
water
talk to
displacement.
everyone
Your
about this,
bathtub will
Gary.
Fill up to a level.
Bye, Gary.
Your
See you
bathtub
later.
will fill up to a level.
Yeah,
See
but
you,
the
Gary.
water rises, gains elevation, which is higher elevation, and then flows out somewhere that's lower elevation. Congratulations. You're a moron.
Right.
What
Okay.
the
Now
frick
I
is
want to
that?
go over this, guys, because this is thanks SE for bringing this up. But this actually says this is what the question SE asked. What is the slope of the California aqueduct? Right now, for anybody that doesn't know this is a basic geometric function. It's called rise over run. It's a surveying thing. Rakia particularly will know about this because this is what they need for concrete, for slope, for water run. You have to allow for these sort of things because this is what's needed to have water to flow off. Right? So it says that's this thing that SE's found, not something that we've wrote, something that's on the internet. Gary seems really upset about. He seems to not want people to get this. And it says, the shrinking of land near major canals, however, complicates an otherwise rosy water outlook. Subsidence, as the sinking is called, skews the canal's precision engineering. That means subsidence of the thing. It skews it. It means there's a precision engineering there, and subsidence upsets this precision engineering for the water flow, right? Because there's maybe an up or a down somewhere that's caused by subsidence that causes this to not occur as it should do. But it says it skews the canal's precision engineering, which is designed to slope downward, that's down, at 1/2 foot per mile. 1 mile horizontal distance, 6 inches down vertical. That's the water flow in the canal. Now, I don't know if you've ever heard anybody, but I can remember like over the last year or so, they've not mentioned it much, but there's a 8 inches per mile. Jesse Kozlowski particularly said down, the water level drops away from the horizontal, which is the run of 1 mile, in a distance of 8 inches per mile squared, right? Which is more than what the precision engineering of this aqueduct states. So according to that, and what Jesse Kozlowski says, they're 2 inches short.
Don't forget Ruhiv.
They're not going to get water to flow if level is 8 inches per mile squared, and they're only allowing a slope of 6 inches a mile. Not even a squared function in that one. Gary can't seem to see that the actual numbers that they are wrote down on the internet does not support the globe model. The actual argument that comes from the globers doesn't even relate to the precision engineering of actual things in reality. If that doesn't go to show you that a logical argument isn't worth having with people that are just making shit up based on a model.
I don't get it. This guy's usually logical. I heard him talk before. I don't know what happened to him tonight. Gary, what's up, man?
It's and it also says that water flows through the aqueduct in a series of abrupt rises and gradual falls. The water flows down a long segment. That's the segments he was talking about, built at a slight grade.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the grade they're talking about, which also implies that how do you get a slight grade out of 8 inches per mile squared when you're only the slight grade that you put in is six inches, to your point, Bev?
Yeah.
Right.
So it would mean that every section has a slope for itself.
Yeah, because they need to get the water to move. They need to get the water to move. Now, to Gary's point, in some areas, when they're going from one section to another that's at a higher elevation, they have to actually pump the water out.
Yes, it's fully understandable. This is no problem with that. But
Right.
even then, it is pumping water to section with a sloping
Built at a slight
container.
grade. Correct. Correct.
With the intent that it can then flow down again, right? They pump it up high enough that they don't need to do any more pumping or whatever, right?
Now, exactly. Now, Gary, here's the thing I want to point out on Logic Night, right? This is the whole Bridge of Asses. It's everything we've been talking about, right? So Gary came in and said, I could be wrong. I believe that they're built completely level. He said, he agreed, but I could be wrong. He said that. Gary, you can go back and you can listen to yourself. That's what you said. Confronted with the documented information. Now, could it be wrong? Could somebody have made it up? Sure, we can all agree with that. But you said when you came in here that, well, I could be wrong, but I think it's built level. I think each section is built level. We granted you that.
He knows because he just drove by
Just drove by them. Yeah.
Are you freaking kidding me?
In a car. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
I also noticed that he was not making a point with that argument that it was not a problem. He was not certain, but from some point he just argued very angrily about this. What was first was not very important. Suddenly, it was very important for him.
Well, can I also point out as well, because we're not actually going to get to hear the Ruhif video, right? But the whole point of me doing it on Logic Night and going over this particular video was to point out that, as this says, it's precision engineering.
Yes.
Already it's done. What was the aim of Ruhif meant to get, right? Are the surveyors that Ruhif's after, no doubt, meant to help him add the 8 inches per mile squared along with this measured 6-inch slope over a mile, like a linear function, to add a quadratic function on it as well and pretend that they're both the same, somehow that he can prove the globe with a already precision engineered 6-inch mile linear measurement? Like, why is the logical process going on that people are asking? Because me and Spot On spotted it straight off, right? What the fuck's Ruhif meant to be asking surveyors to do? And if you don't get it, Ruhif asked about 5 surveyors this question to do this thing for him, and none of them have replied. Not one.
He wanted to pay them.
Mm-hmm.
Actually pay them for a project to go do this.
To go and check an already precision engineered massive structure.
Yeah.
To help him prove the fucking globe.
The missing 8 inches.
Maybe find the drawings, the schematics of the freaking thing, which it took me like 2 minutes to do.
Yeah.
I don't know.
To make it more ridiculous, Ruhif was expecting 3 inches. So I cannot understand his processing because he's still missing 5 inches per mile square. So actually, this article could help him because 6 inches is closer to 8 inches.
Yeah, but still, if you go with what Stark Odder gave us and the elevation profile of a straight line, well, the numbers on this don't match up to the globe model. So that would mean the elevation profile of this aqueduct would actually go in the same way as the straight line.
Yep.
It would curve upwards.
Can I just say something before I go to sleep?
Mm-hmm.
About the canal, the aqueduct, whatever, in California. It's like Gary was talking about bathtubs and shit like that. But there's tons and tons of water every day coming down. I think, where's that water come from? The Colorado, the mountains or something like that, is it?
I haven't got a clue.
Comes from the Sacramento River Delta, east of San Francisco.
Northern California, yeah.
Okay, so there's every day there's tons and tons of water. It's about controlling water, because water is always seeking its level. Okay, that water is flowing to sea level. It's about controlling the water. That's why you have to open gates and that. If not, it'll flood the whole California. It's about controlling those gates. What he was talking about, his bathtubs. That's about controlling the water. Okay, because water, you can't stop water. It will always flow until it finds its level. That's all I have to say. It's all about controlling water.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's the distinction I tried to make with him. is
Yeah, because
in
SE does.
the pumping stations, you can make the water go up, down, sideways, shooting straight up, doing cartwheels. That's not a problem. But in the canal, is where it has to have a slope. There's no two ways about it.
Absolutely, because there's tons of water coming in every day from the mountains. They have to control it. That's why they have pumps and shit like
Yeah,
that.
don't call it canal, right? It's an aqueduct.
Well, whatever what is it? A river? What can you call it? A natural river?
It's an aqueduct.
Aqueduct, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's all about controlling water, that aqueduct. It's pretty cool.
If it's level and there's water coming into it, it's going to overflow from the sides. It's very
if you don't
simple.
pump it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's at the Harvey Obanks pumping plant, and it parallels Interstate 5 south. Parallels, that's interesting, isn't it?
It parallels the highway, apparently.
Yeah.
Route 5, I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, that's awkward.
No, it wouldn't parallel. It has to be a slope. If
for,
not,
the globe model, how could it be parallel?
Yeah,
They
no,
don't
it has
have
to be a slope.
parallels. That's obviously been wrote by a flat earther.
Well, the curving type of parallel.
Yeah, but if there wasn't a slope, it would overflow.
There's no two ways about it, man. I mean, come on. You don't have to be like... you don't even have to work in this to understand that.
It's a very strange experience having new people like Gary in.
But he's not new.
He was
That's
triggered.
why I'm surprised.
He's new to this place. I mean, it's hard
to us,
work.
to hear, yeah.
Water flows under a bridge. It doesn't flow over a bridge. Yeah. Keep that in mind.
Don't know whether it was to stop the Ruhif thing or not. Because it was pretty embarrassing for Ruhif. Might have to go over that. Maybe tomorrow. Finish it.
What Gary just did and how he acted towards everyone was on purpose.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. It's just for what purpose? I don't understand it myself. It's like he was making an argument where there wasn't one.
That's why I went back on mute when he started in on Rakia, because it's not about me. I wasn't even upset. I'm like, you're just being ridiculous, over talking everyone and preaching, like saying the same thing over and over again, over the top of people when they're trying to ask questions and explain their point of view. That's a tactic.
It reminded me of Flat Earth Data. The tactic.
Yep. Same group.
Yeah.
Like same group acting,
Yep. Yeah. Really good
I think
point.
that someone was listening what we were talking about Ruhif, and he went to just to save him. I think somehow to save because his claim was ridiculous and was against the globe model. So the only way to defend this was not about the slope or how many inches it would involve, but that we don't need any inches.
Yeah.
So this was his argument.
Yeah, I call that a canal. If it's level and built to be level on each section in between locks, then that's what I would call a canal. But that's an aqueduct. The idea is it's not for vessels to go on and boat around thing. It's to actually transfer water from one place to another. That's an aqueduct. And there's always
the Romans figured that out
flow
long
of an
time
aqueduct,
ago.
isn't there? Yeah, it has to slope downhill.
Yeah. There's no way around it. You can pump it up. I think there's a hill there in that system that's 1,000 feet high. Of course, you have to pump it up. I mean, hello, you know. Then it's going to float down the other side. Simple.
Hey, babe, I think Try Thinking is after triggering the Flat Earth Society.
Wow. That was very strange, I must admit. I'm all for talking to people about things, but it seemed like Gary was trying to purposely make an argument of something that wasn't there.
Yeah, that's why I came in. I thought I'd smooth things out because I've heard him talk before and he seemed reasonable, but I guess it didn't work.
Yeah, I tried the same thing before you came in, Essie, and it didn't work for me either.
Came
was
with a
intent.
mission, like Rakia said.
Yeah, Rakia said
Purpose.
it. He's exactly right. It was on purpose for some reason.
Yes, and he changed his tactic because this unimportant thing happened at some point to be very important. So I think he changed his tactics.
Yeah,
during conversation.
that was a missile. Somebody sent us good.
Yeah, I don't know. Very strange. Especially because of the logical idea that 6 inches per mile slope is obviously measured.
Is that strange or what?
But this is the new thing now. Zanuck says the water can flow uphill, so this is the new thing now from the ballers.
I think that's what started all this new version of it.
The chain reaction, see, we'll get more of this now. I think water flowing uphill in the next week or two.
All you have to do is think of the geometric implications of 6 inches per mile, and then try and add in 8 inches per mile squared, and work out how to mesh the two of those together to end up with water flowing downhill.
It's my pipe paradox.
Yeah.
It's got them triggered.
Well, I think it's because of the geometric implications, and nobody can really understand, because they've been involved in an argument for so long that they can't see the woods for the trees, right? They can't literally see that 1 mile horizontal and 6 inches vertical is the elevation change. It's very simple. That's how the elevation change is measured, and that's how you end up with a slope. So simple. It's unbelievable. You literally cannot put that globe model together with those geometric numbers.
Yes, because you miss 2 inches, it means that on globe model you are minus 2 inches. It means it is upward. It has to be upward in globe model.
It's above the level of the water, supposedly.
Above the curved level.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's the water flowing in that structure that they've designed, precision designed. To make the water flow, they haven't built in enough to cope with the globe model, thus establishing that the globe model isn't fucking there to start off with. Logically, right? I'm just saying, logically and geometrically, the globe model doesn't exist. Obviously,
suspect
people will
I
tell you it
suspect
can.
that they didn't consult this with global surveyors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they should. Well, Ruhif's on the case, so if anybody, particularly Gary, could help Ruhif out with any of the surveyors in the local area to help Ruhif with the slope of the water to see if it slopes downwards both ways. I don't know. Not according to the precision engineering of the thing. Like, only what we've read on Wiki and what you understand of water going downhill. But Ruhif is looking for other things. Gary might have been able to help him, but it seems like Gary doesn't really. So the logical implications of it, if you want to look at it logically, you can draw a logical conclusion that even though Ruhif wants to pay surveyors money for doing something that's already been done, there are already precision engineering plans. But Ruhif wants them to go up on and set up on a hill near a rock and site some railings, ladders and stuff like that in order to, don't know. But no surveyors are going to help him. We might go over it tomorrow. It's a bit of an ongoing saga. I don't know whether Ruhif's going to be listening. Doesn't tend to listen to much of the stuff we do, but he is leading the Globers and people like Stark Odder. He's leading them down a path that I don't think they can handle. I don't think they understand what they're doing. They might have support. People like Gary, or unless they've drove the people that are in it a little bit crazy about what level is.
And these pumps, I think that on globe model they are on the wrong side of the segments. They should be on the other side because they don't need to pump water up because of model should dictate that this water should go by itself up. So why they do need these pumps on globe model?
I don't know. I don't tend to look into fantasy models. I only go off what actually happens in reality and what everybody knows to be true about water.
No, that aqueduct is flowing. There's what SE posted. It's a half a foot every mile, I think. I read that right. But it's flowing. The pumps and the gates are there to control the water. Because if they weren't there, like you flood California or whatever, the water is gone.
Well,
it's to control the water.
It would still flow if it was 1 inch in a mile.
Yeah, but those gates and pumps are to control the water. If not, there'd be too much water going into California. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they can control it. That's what the gates are there for. But the flow will always go downhill.
Only to control amount of water flow.
Mm-hmm.
Because the water's there, it's coming every day. There's tons and tons of water going into that aqueduct from the mountains. And those gates and pumps are there to control the flow into the cities.
Uh-huh. Yep.
and the water is coming from the mountains. That's just it's a man-made river with a slope. Has to be. And those pumps and gates are there to control it's like a modern day Nile, the River Nile, like, you know.
That's just a river. Like an aqueduct is a purpose-built water transference thing to get it from A to B. That's all. The only purpose of an aqueduct, to move water.
Yes, it's some kind of artificial river.
Yeah, and this is a high-tech aqueduct because you have pumps, you know, they know how much water is coming in with all the computers, so they can open gates. The water is always coming from the mountains, so they can control the water flow that's coming in. So they stop the gate, then they pump some out, then they let some more in, you know, they control the water. They're not pumping water uphill, they're pumping it down.
Water will flow down anyway.
Yeah.
Create its own pressure for flow.
No, but for me, what I think it's being controlled. Has to be controlled because water, if not, it would overflow everywhere.
Rather strange night tonight for logic.
It's an aqueduct, Bev. It's one kind of a river. You ever see a river when it reaches sea level? You know, a big river like the Nile, when it reaches, like, it has all fingers and tentacles. You know, it overflows. There's so much water flowing down to sea level. But these guys are trying to control this on one simple river. That's why they have pumps and gates. If not, it would just fucking overflow everywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, an aqueduct is to get the water from one place to another. Now, they can build it however they want, but they'll build the slope in order to get the water from A to B.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the amount of pumping upwards will have to be done in order for them to create a slope to get it from A to B. They'll only pump it up whenever they need to.
Why would they have to pump it up?
So they can get enough slope to get it from going from where they want it to.
Yeah. Maybe when there's not enough water coming from the mountains. They probably have reservoirs and shit like that to control all that. I don't know. I must look into that aqueduct thing.
Well, there's all Roman aqueducts as well, I bet.
Yeah, it's 400 miles long, that thing, I think, in California.
Yeah.
There has to be a reservoir or a dam or something controlling that as well, up higher in the mountains. SE said it comes from somewhere. I can't remember what mountain. I thought it came from Colorado. But apparently it's down south.
Well, it is logic night, and there's only really any need for you to, if you want to, try and mathematically deduce how you can get 6 inches per mile slope to agree with 8 inches per mile squared. Imagined curvature of level, water level. That one of them's like what they call a slope, and the other one's an equipotential.
Yeah, so half a foot, that's 6 inches per mile. And then I was saying it's 8 inches
per mile squared as your starting base. So what you have to remember is that slope is measured as rise over run, horizontal and vertical. Straight lines. It's a triangular relationship. But the 8 inches per mile squared is built into your base. That's your starting point to get slope from that.
If you go by that, there would be one hell of a waterfall in Los Angeles where the water comes into the town.
No, it goes uphill. The consequence of this is that on the globe model, that aqueduct flows uphill. That's why Zanuck says stupid things, because they get confused. The logical system that works says that their base isn't a horizontal line, as in rise over run, to determine a slope or a grade, because they don't have horizontal. It doesn't exist on the globe model. So the logical system's already broke down. Maybe why people like Gary are having a bit of a meltdown.
This is twice I heard this week. Zanuck and now Gary saying water flows uphill. Is this a new thing?
He
or
didn't
what?
say water flows uphill. I'm just saying he can't see the consequences of 8 inches, 6 inches per mile slope, a linear relationship with the so-called globe model, which is what he was calling us. He was saying, because we were saying 6 inches per mile slope on an aqueduct for water flowing. Yeah, he said we were globers, but he couldn't see that the 8 inches per mile squared function is earlier than the horizontal slope. It's like we just have to completely ignore the globe model altogether.
Yes, for example, if on the globe model, if you want to have a slope 2 inches, it should per mile, it would be 10, in fact 10 inches from horizontal. Then you can calculate that, we have 8 inches per mile squared, so we subtract this 8 from 10, and we have 2 inches drop, real drop on the curved surface. So that calculation should be that way, but they are on minus. So, and minus means uphill.
Yeah. And I don't know whether it's a misunderstanding of logic or they just haven't realized, what that says on there, right? Is maybe it's a dissociation of it, because SE posted it, that means that they could probably disregard it, right? Gary had completely ignored it. He didn't see it. It mathematically doesn't work. It geometrically doesn't work. What you have to do is just ignore the globe model. Pretend it's not there. Like everybody else in reality. Nobody gives a shit about the globe model. Not even the engineers. The only people who care about the globe model are the people within this arena who...
So, yeah, we forget about the globe model. 6 inches drop by a mile. Yeah, that goes with me. No problem with me. That's cool. Water finding its own level down to sea level. That's cool with me.
Yeah, vertical change of 6 inches over a mile. Like any vertical change, water will flow.
Yeah, that's cool with me.
Doesn't matter how much. 1 millimeter, 10 foot. Doesn't matter. If there's a big, massive change, right? Water is like a waterfall. It like drops.
Niagara
Yeah.
Falls. Yeah. Ah.
Or if it's only a little bit, like a quinat, it'll just steady trickle.
Yeah.
But it will always go down in relation to the vertical. That's how you would measure elevation change. An elevation change is where water flows. If there is 0 elevation change, then water is level.
I think I read somewhere the Nile River, for 1,000 miles, the elevation level is only what, something like 11 meters, something like that. It's not much over 1,000 miles. Yeah, 6 inches, 6 inches every mile on that aqueduct. Yeah, that works for me to get down to sea level. Yeah, that's cool.
But the thing is, if you were to work out 6 inches elevation change at one end, what would happen if there was 0?
It would just flood everywhere, the water.
No, it would just be horizontal, right?
Yeah, what? Yeah, become a... No,
0
water would
elevation
always...
change establishes a horizontal plane. Only in reality. Because how would you tell what a grade is? I was saying to Gary. How do you establish where to measure that 6 inches from?
I don't know.
In order to determine there is a slope of 6 inches. Well, you have to establish that 0 to measure 6 inches from.
That's the 6 inches, the elevation would be from mean sea level. That's where you get it from. No?
No. The 6 inches would be determined from the start point of that particular bit where you want the slope of 6 inches from.
Yes, so from water level, normal surveying, normal horizontal, normal water level, and you can measure drop from that locally.
Yeah. You have to establish the level first in order to determine an elevation change of whichever side you want, either up or down from that baseline. That's step 1, is establish your baseline. I've got to go away for a minute. Talk amongst yourselves for a second.
So I think that this guy was very, very strange in timing. I cannot see that it is a coincidence that he just came into just because he was hearing about, listening to the stream, just for curiosity. I don't believe that, but it's only my personal opinion.
Oh, I'm with your paper. Yeah, that was calculated. I don't know.
because this guy said he was from California. What time it was in California when he jumped in?
California, what it was 1:15 here in France. 9 hours, early evening in California, I'd say.
Oh, okay.
Late afternoon.
Oh, jeez, I'm back. Yeah, strange night. Strange night. I think it's time for us to end it tonight. Thanks for joining. I don't know whether we can sum up tonight with anything really, other than the fact that Logic Night got a little bit derailed. But I think at the end of it, we managed to end up with a little bit of logic that I hope people didn't miss. The chances for seeing these little bits.
Tonight we were dealing with some kind of sophistry. So it is logic. Fight against logic, it's sophistry. So we were fighting against sophistry with logic. So it's good.
Yeah. Right, so tomorrow is Hump Day. I think Kevin said he's a bit busy this week, so we will be going over maybe the end of the Ruhif video, because it was pretty entertaining, and go over some other things again to expose the lies and sophistry that seems to be all around. Interesting times. Interesting times. Model Affliction Blues from Buster. Get used to it. Yeah, join us tomorrow. Hump Day. Hope you enjoyed Logic Night. See you tomorrow.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You've got to twist your words in every which way, because the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line, or does it curve? Some people don't clamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model dictates what you do, and everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change. Just got your local distance just out of range. That old bookie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain, and it's your ball and chain. It's your decision, defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball will always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That old model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blues.
Works really good with this guitar.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way. We all know that the model dictates what you do. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction blues.